Welcome to this meeting of the Dunedin City Council. I'd like to open proceedings with the karakia. Vicky, please.
Nei rā te mihi ki a koe e Jules, e te whanau katoa e hui mai nei mo te hui o te kaunihira o te puti. E mihi ana anō hoki ki a koutou mo tēnei tuku ki ahau, tonu ki ahau ki te tuku I tēnei karakia timata. Nō reira, kia ino I tātou. Tēnei au te hōkai nei taku tapu ai. Ko te hōkai nuku, ko te hōkai rangi, ko te hōkai a tō tūpuna a tāne nui a rangi. I pikitia e ngā rangi tūhāhā ki te tihi o manono. I roko hina tura, ko I o matua kore anake. I riro I hoa ngā ki te o te wānanga, ko te ke te tua uri, ko te ke te tua tea, ko te ke te aronui. Ka tiritiri a, ka paupau a, kia papatu anuku. Ka puta te ira tangata, ki te whai ao, ki te ao marama. Kia tūturu a whiti whakamaua kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, taiki e. Nā ue te atua kaharawa I ho mai ngā reo o tēnā iwi puta no I te ao. A tukuna mai ana e koe ki e tahi te whakamaori tanga o aua reo. Ko tō mātou reo, ko te reo Māori. I ho mai e koe I te oroko o hanga ngā rāno o te ao. Hei ko hamau ki a mātou. Ki te iwi Māori, hai pūpuri mā mātai mo ake tonu atu. Kaua e mātua e tukua tēnei taonga, tino taonga kia rite ki te moa ka ngāro. Engari whakakahangia mātai katoa ki te ako, ki te kōrero, ki te pūpuri, kia mau, kia ita. Hei ko hama mātai ki te ao ki a koe anō hoki. Tēnā koe te orana, te kingitahi nā me te tama me te wairua tapu ko tahi anō atu, ake tonu atu. Āmene. Nā pera nā tau nui tēnei karakia I tito, I te tau, tētahi I muri I te haina te o te tiriti o Waitangi. Tēnei ka tuku ake nei he wakapūtanga o te rangatira o New Tireni, te tiriti o Waitangi, he kawenata tapu e nei puka puka. Reciting here with the Declaration of Independence and Te Tiriti o Waitangi, these documents are sacred covenants. Ko te he wakapūtanga o te rangatira o New Tireni, he wakaatūranga ki te ao I te mano o ngā rangatira o ngā hapu ki tēnei whenua ki Aotearoa. The Declaration of Independence is a declaration to the world of sovereignty of the rangatira of the hapu over this land, Aotearoa. Ko te tiriti o Waitangi, he wakaitanga nā rangatira o ngā hapu kia wakauru mai ka wini Wikitoria me tōna iwi Pākehā ki tēnei whenua ki te wakatū I tōna whare te kāwanatanga hei tuara mo te tino rangatiratanga. Te tino rangatiratanga hoki hei tuara mo te kāwanatanga a ka wini Wikitoria. Te tiriti o Waitangi is the agreement by the rangatira of the hapu for Queen Victoria and her Pākehā people to enter into this land and to establish her house called Kāwanatanga. As a back support for tino rangatiratanga, and tino rangatiratanga is a back support for Queen Victoria's Kāwanatanga. Ko te tino rangatiratanga ko te kairanga I te tiro o te waka. Ko te Kāwanatanga he matua kāwana I runga I te aroha. Ko ia te māngai a te kuini kei I ngā rangi nei tōna mana. Tōna tūranga waiwai. Ko e nei ngā mana whakahaere, hai āwhina I tētahi ki tētahi. Ko ia tēnei te piringa o ingarangi ki Aotearoa. Tino rangatiratanga is the one who sets the direction of the mast of the canoe. Kāwanatanga is the parent governor on the basis of love. He is the mouthpiece of the Queen whose sovereignty and place to stand is in England. These are the two governances to support each other. This is the warm embrace of England with Aotearoa. Kia tau ngā manaakitanga te mea ngaro, ki runga ki tēnā ki tēno o tātou. Kia māhia te hua mā kihikihi, kia tō I te kupu, tō I te mana, tō I te aroha, tō I te reo Māori, tō I tū te tiriti, kia tūturu ka whakamaua kia tīna, hui e, taiki e. I'd now like to invite everybody to stand to join in the himine whakamutunga te aroha. Te aroha, te whakapono, me te rangi mari e, me te rangi mari e, kia kaha, te aroha, te whakapono. Me te rangi mari e, me te rangi mari e, tātou e. Tūturu waka maua kia tīna, tīna, haumi e hui e, tai ki e. Mauri ora.
Ngā mihi nui. Kia ora. I'd now like to pay tribute to Martin Phillips, who's passed away, and I have a few words to say on the subject. I did know the man, and I think he was a musical genius. He was a brilliant songwriter and someone from the very heart of what is very often referred to around this table as the Dunedin sound. He was a native son, and his ethereal tunes became deeply evocative of this city, especially for me the Pink Frost video with the footage of the track to Lover's Leap. His music spread around the world, and in doing so made a name for our fair city, forever associated with the joys his music brought. The legacy of music is that the pleasure of his heavenly pop hits will live on after him, the sadness interred with his bones. I expect there were many people in Dunedin and around the planet who will don their leather jackets like a great big hug because they love their vanished friend. I would now offer Councillor Mayhem a chance to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Martin Phillips was a pioneer of Dunedin music sound. Frontman of the Chills, he was one of the outstanding acts signed to the Flying Nuns record label. The singer, the songwriter and the guitarist was a pioneer of our Ōtepoti Dunedin sound. Making his debut as a teen, he played the organ on the Tally Ho recording by The Clean in 1980. His band, The Chills, would go on to record 7 albums in many different configurations of band members over the years. Their post-punk heyday in Dunedin was the late 80s. Remarkably, he was only 17 years old in the band practice rooms by the overbridge next to the back of Sammy's Cabaret when he penned Pink Frost one evening in 1984. From then, the music flowed through him. His music resonated with Dunedinites, but also found its way to the heart of the US indie pop scene. Martin had a huge worldwide fan base, and his music impacted on generations of people. For the people of Dunedin, his music was about the landscape and the imagery that his lyrics evoked, leaving us with legacy songs, Leather Jacket, Pink Frost, a heavenly pop hit, and the biggest being his 1990 release, Submarine Bells. In 2019, a documentary, The Chills, The Triumph and Tragedy of Martin Phillips, is a story of redemption. Martin was very proud of this film and his journey. As well as being a gifted musician and songwriter, he was a huge music fan. He made every effort to attend gigs, listen to emerging artists and support the New Zealand scene. He kept incredible archives of posters and gigs over the years, and he generously donated these to the Hocken Library, including bequeathing the iconic leather jacket that we all love. Martin was down to earth, kind, intelligent, approachable, and he always had time for you. A mighty tōtara has fallen, and we will not see the likes of him again. He leaves a huge hole in our hearts and in our city. We send condolences today to all who knew and loved him, the musicians, his band, his family, and his partner Melanie at this sad time. Kia ora.
Kia ora. We have 5 speakers for public forum, so we shall move to that and get underway. Number 1, we have Sarah Peppers-Hilltrop to speak about water issues in Dunedin.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, Mayor, councillors, members of the public. Appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I'm going to start with a disclaimer. The following presentation is factual, taken from official websites, media articles and scientific data. It is not my opinion, these are facts. All of them are referenced with links provided. In 2022, Ashley Bloomfield directed New Zealand councils to fluoridate their regional water supplies. However, recently the High Court has found that Bloomfield's order was unlawful, violating our Bill of Rights Act and undermining the Local Government Act 2002, which states the purpose of this act is to provide a framework and powers for local authorities to decide which activities they undertake and in the manner in which they undertake them. So why is Dunedin Council still adding fluoride to our water supply when only 28% of the remaining South Island councils are doing so? The Ministry of Health gives the reason for water fluoridation in New Zealand as adjusting the natural level of fluoride in our water supply. Naturally occurring fluoride is calcium fluoride, which is an entirely different compound to sodium silicofluoride, which is being added by the DCC. The fluoride added to our water supply in order to prevent tooth decay would infer some sort of medical benefit. However, fluoride is no longer subject to the Medicines Act. So if it is not a medicine, then what is it and why is it being added to our water? The origins of the claim of cavity prevention go back to the 1940s to a man named Edward Bernays, the nephew of Sigmund Freud and the author of the book Propaganda. One of his most influential accomplishments was his orchestration of a public campaign to convince the public that it would be a good idea to add the highly toxic byproduct made by the Aluminium Company of America, called fluoride salts, to the drinking water, under the guise that it would prevent tooth decay. The aluminium industry, with the help of Bernays and the American Dental Association, got rid of their poisonous byproduct while making a profit at the same time. It has never been about preventing tooth decay. It was a very successful campaign, with some states passing laws for local councils to fluoridate their water with the toxic waste product that has been responsible for poisoning the air, soil, water, food and livestock around the aluminium plant's manufacturing plant for decades. The companies that make these products are required under the EPA to provide material safety data sheets for any hazardous chemical substance. In New Zealand, the material safety data sheet for the product being added to Dunedin's water supply states, poisonous solid, toxic if swallowed, may cause heart damage, causes damage to bones through prolonged exposure, harmful to aquatic life with long-lasting effects, toxic to terrestrial vertebrates, do not ingest, never add water to this product. Do not allow product to come in contact with surface water. Do not discharge into sewers or waterways. May corrode glass. The health risks of these products are numerous. The argument that the amount in our water is too small to cause any detrimental effect is not backed up by scientific data. Fluoride has an accumulative effect in the brain over time and is an accumulative toxin. The kidneys are only able to remove a fraction of it when it is ingested. Prolonged or excessive exposure can cause skeletal fluorosis, lowered IQ, muscle weakness, calcification of the body tissue, especially in the brain, anemia, male infertility, and much more. It also binds to lead, which is a poisonous toxin, neurotoxin, which does not belong in the human body. Unfortunately for the lab rats, that's all of us, no known antidote for fluoride toxicity exists. How can the Dunedin City Council measure the risk of such a product in the water when there is absolutely no way to know how much water or water-related products people are ingesting? How much fluoride, when mixed with the water component of baby formula, is toxic to the brain development of babies? How much fluoride or lead is already in the brains and bodies of your children and your grandchildren? In conclusion, why is the DCC adding a corrosive, potentially fatal, poisonous chemical compound, let's call it what it is, it's a poison, to our water supply if it is A, not classified as a medicine, so nothing to do with prevention or treatment of tooth decay as it is claimed? This is based on historic propaganda, not science. B, potentially fatal if swallowed. C, never to be added to water. D, entry to sewers must be prevented. E, detrimental to aquatic life. And F, classified as poisonous. As councillors and trustees of the DCC, you are given fiduciary responsibility under the law to uphold and follow democratic process on behalf of the beneficiaries, Dunedin public, under equity law. The practice of adding the toxic substance known as fluoride to our water must be stopped immediately. The CEO, Mayor and Councillors must uphold their legal responsibilities to the ratepayers of this city. I'm sure you all came to Council to try and make a difference. I urge you to make the right decision here, to make a difference, and to leave behind a legacy that your children and grandchildren would be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? I see none. Thank you. Next we have Lindsay Moyer, who wishes to talk about accountability.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. A thought for the Martin Phillips family, actually, and amongst our day. Accountability. I'm a concerned citizen, and each of us here in this room have a natural responsibility to firstly ourselves as individuals, then family, friends, community, and possibly further to regional, national and worldly affairs. A relevant scenario here is this is only my opinion. In fact, each of you in this chamber have an equal status. Your views are only your opinions. The decisions you make today, have made yesterday, then again tomorrow, are each from your own stable, of which we all must be held accountable. Personally, I want to work within this chamber to achieve a workable, pleasant, inclusive, bubbly environment for the future generations to enjoy the contours of which this city has to offer. To dwell on previous decisions is vitally important, as these in multitude have shaped the here and now. The Star Fountain was to be temporarily stored and repaired while an update of the area was undertaken. It's gone. Carisbrook, a quandary indeed, supposedly a sum of a couple of million to resurrect the brook's pride amongst the unknown. 10 million hiffed at the Carisbrook Stadium Trust for a foregone conclusion. Despicable, really. We were told 35 million to purchase the area. Inflated values? Surely not. All incumbent may secretly smirk. Build it and they will come. $68 a year and not a cent more. Trams, trolley buses, suburban rail terminals. I'm here today to help. I live here. I was born in Roxburgh, so mostly I'm a local. Accountability. Your debt is also my debt. I voted not necessarily for whom is seated here and now in this room, yet I'm to enjoy your collective decisions. I'm here to help. I don't want your money, scant as it may be. Over an extended time, we have been issued with a number of central government decree, the annihilation of the Otago Savings Bank, the DCC owned and operated Waipori Power Stations, the Central Otago Railway, the Roxburgh and Clyde dams, each offer a positive and a negative for this city and its surrounds. These alone have had major influence on our social and financial criteria. When you enter the public hospital from Great King Street, the entrance is level. You walk off the footpath straight in. If you walk through the hospital and out the other side, you've got to step down 11 steps to get onto Cumberland Street, which means the new hospital is being built about 2 metres lower than the old one. Amidst a fabricated warming climate catastrophe with an infinite crippling deficit. I'm here to help. Amongst others, Mealimbekia, amongst other vines, are choking the Leith Valley, amongst other areas. Gorse, broom. Potholes are growing in the same Texas noxious weeds. DCC radiata forests, harvested from Cowan Road, Mount Cargill, some years back, have left the suburban road in tatters. Modern repairs are abysmal. Obviously the profit was absorbed elsewhere, and further our locally adapted bitumen for local conditions is now not available because of the refinery's extinction. Our present debt is hideous. and you prescribe more. From the outside and the public, we say, what the hell are they doing? Do you run your own households like this? I'm here to help, as are others. Truthful percentages of support from the suburbs may differ from the credos the mainstream have supplied to your collective achievements. Surely you are accountable. I've done a rough calculation, very rough here. So my time here this morning, I worked out, is about roughly $21 a minute. It's 30 people here, times 4 hours, at about $30 an hour, and I'm being very generous. So when you take that down, I'm allowed 5 minutes, it's $104, so it's about $21 a minute for me to be here. However you do that, that's completely bizarre, irrational thing to say as such, but our debt is horrendous, so we're concerned about it, very concerned.
And there's your timer on the screen.
Okay, thank you.
It's your 5 minutes.
Right,
Online.
and I'm just going to add too that you conveniently or graciously accepted a 7% pay rise, which we're paying for as well, over time, but thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, councillors? Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
And next we have Paul Watson. He wants to talk about demographics.
My apologies for not printing enough of these.
Yes.
Okay, I'll keep this one here. So I'll put it in to get what I'm saying. Thank you. I think better when I'm on my feet. I've been in Dunedin for about 35 years. My 3 children were born and raised here. Tessa is a PhD candidate on campus. Sam is a bush pilot in PNG, and he's also raising my one and only grandchild. And Adele is the manager at the age of 22 of the Knit World shop just down on Princess Street after a Bachelor of Arts degree specialising in textiles, and you can see the connection there. I want to impress upon you I mention my children not out of paternal pride, but because I think they're a great example of how great Dunedin is as a place to bring up children. Fantastic educational opportunities, access to sport, cultural opportunities, and it's a compact little town. You can get the musician to Saturday morning music and the sports person to the Caledonian, and then the dancer to the Mayfair, and be home again in time for lunch. It's also affordable, not like Hamilton, where I grew up. You can have a little bit of money left over to take children skiing once or twice a year when there's a bit of snow around. The 2 points I want to make this morning and impress upon you, first one's to do with demographics. Demographers have a number they call the total fertility rate, TFR. For developed countries, and in fact most countries in the world, that number is, for developed countries that number is about 2.1. It's a number which brings together various aspects of population dynamics, birth rates, death rates, immigration, emigration. A country that has a TFR of 2.1 or above for developed countries is a country that keeps a stable population. It's a number that represents what number of children women should have, on average, for a population level to stay stable. Europe at the moment has a TFR of 1.46. 1.46, well under the number needed to keep a stable population. New Zealand's is 1.7. Australia 1.6. In fact, all economically developed countries on the planet have a TFR well under 2. China has peaked and is losing population as we speak. The countries in Africa have TFRs like 4 and 5 and 6 because they lose so many babies. There are consequences for TFRs under 2 for developed countries. In Europe, the population of childbearing women peaked in 1989. The population of children up to the age of 14 peaked, and you won't believe this, in 1965, 60 years ago. 60 years ago. Europe is a continent of reducing numbers of children. There are consequences for this. The UN predicts that within 25 years, or in about 25 years, the world population will peak at about 10 billion. And I emphasize the word peak. The population is increasing at the moment, but by 2050, it'll start decreasing. That's the global population. 40% of those 10 billion will be in Africa. The consequences are significant. And I mentioned deflation, but I also mentioned a surprising idea that without a critical population base, there won't be enough young, energetic, bright sparks to generate innovative solutions for the problems that the world has. I've got a few seconds to talk about Dunedin. The population in Dunedin over the last 25 years, as you know, has gone up by 10%. Population in New Zealand at the same time went up by 36%. Statistics New Zealand is predicting that in the next 25 years, the population of New Zealand will only go up by 18%. That's a half the rate of the previous 25 years. And they predict that the population of Dunedin will only go up by 5%. Now, if I was in the position of having a reduced income, for example, if I was a retiree, and I, wasn't going to see any further income, then I would be getting rid of debt as fast as I possibly could. No vanity projects like a new bathroom, pardon the pun. To do otherwise would be foolhardy and arguably, for city leaders, culpable. I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions? We have none, but thank you.
Thank you.
And next we have Bridie Loney.
Kia ora. Sit down. Can you hear me? Yep. To His Worship the Mayor and Councillors, thank you for this opportunity to speak on the subject of Councillor Marie Laufiso's Code of Conduct complaint against Councillor Lee Vandervis. I speak as a private individual, but as I'm going to refer to the arts, I acknowledge I'm a past president and current member of the Dunedin Public Art Gallery Society. Councillor Vandervis consistently misunderstands his role as a representative of his constituency in his expression of his private opinions in his public role. His desire for the freedom of expression of his own position should not at the same time exclude freedom of expression for the position of others. Furthermore, it should not reinforce the racist tool that is the discounting of the expression of tangata and mana whenua. This kind of discounting has been called institutionalised violence. As Councillor Vandervis's description of the use of irrelevant modified text by the Dunedin Public Art Gallery is an example of this. And I note that while this has not been characterised as a material breach of the Code of Conduct, I argue that it does fail to meet the condition of treating others with respect and courtesy, regardless of race, age, religion, gender, sexual orientation or disability, and that it contributes to the ongoing harassment that is experienced by mana and tangata whenua. The opportunity for a range of viewers to respond to artworks and the translation of their responses into te reo was a proactive engagement with all of the people who form the gallery's audience to counter the prioritisation of European artists and approaches to art by those who initiated the collection. In addition, the Dunedin Public Art Gallery has developed an approach to the collection as a whole that translates these commentaries into te reo. In that way, a wider audience is included and different voices respond to the artworks that are intended to represent the city's values. To argue that these texts are irrelevant begs the question of to whom they are irrelevant. They are neither irrelevant to Māori nor to Pākehā concerned to uphold the values of te tiriti. They represented a concerted and well-supported project to express the principles of te tiriti in the recognition of kaitahukati mamoi waitaha positions and in the collective ownership and governance of the art world represented by the DCC's role in the Dunedin Public Art Gallery. If Māori texts are characterised as irrelevant, then the point of view of Māori is characterised as irrelevant. The expression of such opinions is undermining and requires further resilience on the part of a group whose values do not receive the affirmation and consistent support that we European tauiwi take for granted. I repeat, such commentary in its dismissive approach constitutes institutional violence. I salute Councillor Marie Laufiso for challenging this behaviour. Ka mihi nui for your attention to my presentation.
Do we have any questions? We do not.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have Philippa Jamieson.
Tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Philippa Jamieson and I'm here today to support Councillor Marie Laufiso's Code of Conduct complaint against Councillor Lee Vandervis. Firstly, I applaud the Council's zero tolerance policy against racism and the relationship building that has been happening between mana whenua and the Council. I'm extremely saddened, disappointed and angry at the insulting behaviour that Councillor Vandervis has displayed in multiple instances towards and when talking about members of Te Pai Māori in particular, mana whenua and Māori more generally. It's completely unacceptable for an elected member to behave in this way to anyone and to refuse to participate in Te Pai Māori meetings. Council members must conduct themselves in a respectful way, listen to all members of our community and be open to learning about different cultures and groups in our city. In numerous instances documented in the independent report by Jordan Boyle, Councillor Vandervis demonstrates a high-handed, arrogant and willfully ignorant attitude. Te reo Māori is the original language of this country and an official language. If Councillor Vandervis doesn't understand some of the reo Māori used in any council conducts, he can look it up like anyone else would. He can educate himself. His objections to doing his own homework, his demand for council staff to provide translations, his refusal to learn waiata amount to childish, vexatious and racist behaviour. Councillor Vandervis brings up irrelevant points in his defence. It makes no difference if he was high polling, nor whether any group he's interacting with in the community is large or small. He still needs to maintain the respect and genuine willingness to listen that we all expect and deserve from our elected representatives in a civil society. His repeated belittling of Te Pai Māori by calling them a minority and an elite is contemptuous and demonstrates a willful ignorance of our colonial history. His stated views on democracy are spurious and completely inconsistent. Democracy is not about might is right. It's much more than numbers in the ballot box. As per the report, Councillor Vandervis has not labelled the appointment of non-elected members on the Audit and Risk Committee as anti-democratic, so he is singling out Te Pai Māori as anti-democratic. That is racist. It's a real shame that Councillor Lofiso has had to resort to bringing a code of conduct complaint, but I support her action wholeheartedly and I thank her for doing this. It's tiresome, it's costly and time-consuming, but it seems that this has been necessary in order to call Councillor Vandervis to account and emphasise the damage that he has caused by his words and his actions to Māori and to the relationship between mana whenua and the council and to the wider Dunedin community. I was appalled to read the many instances of Councillor Vandervis's overtly racist and offensive behaviour documented in the independent report. It's an embarrassment to the Dunedin City Council. If left unchecked and uncensured, his behaviour brings the council into disrepute. So I therefore urge the Mayor and the council to treat this breach of the Code of Conduct with the utmost seriousness. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor O'Malley, Ms Jamieson, would you like to return to the chair? We have a question.
Given the frequency of the offending and the fact that it's been upheld by the external investigator, what's your opinion of Councillor Vandervis still holding a chair in the council, given that the chair's role is a very important role and comes with a code that you should sit with?
Right, well I guess that's a decision for the council to make, but I think he's certainly not displaying leadership, and therefore I think a chair position would be inappropriate.
Thank you. Right, public forum. We now move to item 3 on the agenda, which is apologies. And we have an apology from Councillor Vandervis for absence, because as those will have read, he is in Germany at the time. So I move that we accept his apology for absence. Is there a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Lucas. So I'll put that motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Confirmation of agenda. So I move the Council confirms the agenda with the following alteration, that item 23, the Code of Conduct issue, be taken following item 6, which is confirmation of minutes, and that item C5, the update report, be added to the confidential agenda, and the reason that it was not on the agenda, that it was not available at the time the agenda was published. A seconder to that, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? No. Carried. Would you like that to be noted? Thank you. Now, where's my agenda? All right. Okay, so prior to moving on to 5, 6 and 23, we'll just take a short agenda for 5 minutes, because the Chief Executive has items of importance to update me with. So I move that. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried. let us get underway to item number 5. We have 5 and 6 before we get to 23. So number 5, declarations of interest. So we have the interest register at the front of our agendas. Are there any additions or alterations? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. I have a new position as trustee and secretary of the Refugee Support Group. I am no longer secretary of Bias, and I'm no longer a member of the Green Party of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I've sent this to the GSOs. Thank you.
Very good. So that'll be noted for next time. Councillor O'Malley.
As of last night, I've got to update my register again to say I'm a director of an ultra chocolate company.
Very good. Oh, well, it's good to have some changes because typically we don't. Anyway, so I move that the committee or the council and GSOs amend the elected members register, as we've heard, and amends the proposed management plan for elected members' interest. Is there a seconder? Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. And now we have item 6, which is confirmation of minutes from the council meeting of 25 June 2024. Firstly, are there any? Moved by Deputy Mayor Lucas and seconded by myself. But is there any comment on those minutes? I see none. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 23. At this stage, Councillor Fisa will withdraw from the item, although she may remain in the room. She will not participate, discussion or voting or proceedings. So Ms Graham will outline the process, and then Ms Sullivan will read out a statement on behalf of Councillor Vandervis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So, councillors, before you move on to debating the matter, staff are available to answer any questions you might have about the process, if you have any. Given that there appear to be none, then Ms Sullivan will read out a statement that has been provided by Councillor Vandervis. He has requested that it be read out at the meeting, and so these are Councillor Vandervis's words.
Statement from Councillor Vandervis. I cannot represent Dunedin citizens by singing, pretending to speak a Māori language, or by voting for more race-based funding of Māori elites and jobs. I reject all accusations of racism, especially coming from those who repeatedly label me pale, stale and male across the council table, as this personal abuse really is racist, ageist and sexist. I vow to continue to exercise my right to free speech in the public interest and to be part of the diversity necessary for democratic representation on the Dunedin City Council.
Thank you. We'll now put up the motion that has been agreed, and so, sorry, did you want to speak?
I just wanted to explain, Mr Chairman, the reason that I and other councillors weren't happy with your proposed letter of censure was simply that we don't believe it went far enough, and I think the compromise that's been reached is a satisfactory outcome of the discussion. Thank you for being agreeable to that, and I'd be pleased to second it should that be acceptable.
Yes, so I'll move the motion and you may second it, but we'll have some discussion first, no doubt. So the motion has gone up, which is much the same as, yes? Yes, yes, it will be. It will be. Just takes a minute. We've only just written it up, and as you saw, we've only just arrived at it. So the critical thing, so I'll characterise the critical thing that is been included here, is requesting that Councillor Vandervis, is offering the opportunity for Councillor Vandervis to apologise, to offer a full and unreserved written apology with a date on that. and request that he makes a commitment to participate in Te Pai meetings and observe the protocols of the host. So what it does is allow that possibility, otherwise we'll move to the letter of censure. So yes, questions I think are appropriate.
Just checking with the Chief, procedurally it's fine to ask questions?
With the leave, Mr Mayor, yes. I think in this instance, yes.
So my question is, if Councillor Vandervis does not apologise and make a commitment to participate in Te Pai meetings, and we send a censure, what then happens if he continues to not attend Te Pai meetings?
The attendance at Te Pai isn't compulsory, so you can't compel him to attend. That's correct, Carolyn? Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Barker.
I'm just interested in about the letter of censure, and I wonder, would it be appropriate to suggest that if Councillor Vandervis didn't issue an apology, that he was removed as chair of a committee, which would seem to be a stronger punishment. Well, I use the word punishment, I don't like the word punishment, but stronger than just a letter of censure, which is a bit wet bus ticket. Is that available?
If I just can get my code of conduct, sorry, I've lost mine. Where we are looking at, I'll provide councillors, it's clause 13 of your code of conduct. And on pages 8 and 9, what this resolution is worded in such a way that the council, in requesting an apology, is not imposing a penalty. If you read the wording, if Councillor Vandervis does then not apologise, all of the material breach penalties that are listed 1 through 8 are available, but only one of them may be imposed. So in this case, the resolution is worded to request a letter of censure, but within the list of 8 penalties that are available, suspension from a committee is an alternative option that would be available.
Councillor O'Malley.
There is the opportunity to remove a person from a chair based on the behaviour. It doesn't necessarily, it wouldn't have to come directly out of this process, but in fact it's continuing activities that might say that the chair is no longer performing their functions to the standards that we would expect. And I'm just trying to figure out where that sits, because is it in standing orders? This is a place where a committee chair can be appointed and then unappointed again. And it certainly happened in Invercargill recently.
It's an LGA power, and I would just have to check if it's a power exercised by the mayor or if it's a power of council. And I'm sorry, I haven't got the section of the LGA in front of me.
I know in Invercargill it was exercised by the mayor, and of course it wouldn't happen today anyway, because it would be necessary for this to carry on through its process to get to that point. But because I guess that's where I'm going to look at this too and go, so if Councillor Vandervis just decides he's going to carry on with the approach that he has taken to date, which is really not to apologise, it's at the moment all he's going to get is a letter of censure. But if you don't agree with the system that's already generated the outcome, then the letter of censure will also have no impact on you, in my opinion. So I'm concerned that really we have given him an opportunity to potentially show that he is going to respond. I think the chances of him responding are almost zero, and then we'll be effectively back to where we were before we did this amendment to the...
Although, well, I'd just make the point that if you look at the history that we have, that David requested recently, nothing has made a difference.
Hasn't lost the chair before. He did lose all the committees he was on one of them, And so we have a precedence before where he failed to apologise and he was taken off all of his external because he was on the museum board and stuff like that.
Yep, and what difference did it make?
I'd have to check. I think he was suspended from attendance at certain committees for a period of time. So I think, but
yeah, I agree, but I'm not sure exactly what the outcome was because there's been so many. But I guess, actually, there's more questions coming. I think more people are going to ask the same question.
Some time on questions. Councillor Gary.
So in the original motion that I sent through before I knew that you, Mr Mayor, were putting one up, it had a paragraph around the E was actually, if he didn't apologise, then we'd agree that he would lose his role as chair. And the question was, can we do that? Well, I'm really clear about that because, and I just wonder how this differs. So in the previous occasion, which was a code of conduct complaint that I and two others laid against Councillor Vandervis, it was linked that if he didn't apologise, then he would be removed, but they were appointments of council to external bodies, and I guess that's the difference this time. Is that what makes the difference, Chief? Because you did suggest that they couldn't be linked. Is that the case or not?
I don't quite understand your question.
Well, previously there has been a decision of council where Councillor Vandervis was given the opportunity to apologise, but if he didn't, and he didn't on that occasion, he was to be removed from those council appointments to external bodies. Now, in fact, he resigned before he was appointment to bodies. If there's something different about that to removing him as chair of the Finance Committee.
No, there isn't, but it would depend how it was written, because you can't have, and that's why this is written carefully. If there's a material breach, you can't have an apology and removal. So it's just it's wording.
So presumably it is possible to word it as it was on that 2020 occasion, so that is possible to put in there and link. Is that what?
I would have to recheck the wording of 2020, but yes, the order correctly worded does allow for one penalty.
Councillor Barker, did you have a question?
Oh, just following up from the one penalty and the paragraph around the letter of censure, and following on from what Councillor Gary has said about whether we might consider changing E to being removal of chairmanship. And would we have to move a subsequential motion, or just agree to change the motion?
No, we'd have to move a subsequential motion.
Could, Mr Mayor, you could amend, because this is the substantive motion, someone could move an amendment now, which to F, to, yes, well, I thought it had. Yeah. No. Did you?
Councillor Benson Pope offered to second it if you wanted to move it, but nobody actually did.
What difference does it make?
Well, it makes a difference. If you've got a moved and seconded motion, then the only way you can change it is by amendment.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that I had moved it, and Councillor Benson Pope took his offer to second it.
And that's what the GSO has recorded. So, so to answer your question again, Councillor Barker, if you wish to make a change to the penalty, any of the penalties of 1 through 8 are available to you, and that would require an amendment to F up there, which is the one that mentions censure, which is one of the penalties. It's penalty number 1. E. Oh yeah, yes, E and F.
Good.
So can I just...
Councillor
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to clarify because there's 7 and 8. It says suspension from committees or other bodies or an invitation from the member to consider resigning from the council. But it doesn't mention removal of chairmanship, so I just wonder, is that part of the 7 suspension? I just want that technicality explained.
Sorry, I had Carolyn in my ear. Sorry, would you mind just asking again? Sorry.
So I'm just looking at the 8 require or may require, and it says 7 suspension from committees or other bodies or an invitation from the member to consider resigning from the council. So I just wonder which number says that you could remove someone from chair of a committee.
And that's just what Carolyn was whispering in my ear. And we may need to take a quick adjournment to test this, but removal of a chair doesn't look like, as the order is currently written, an option. Suspension from the committee, but not necessarily removal from the chair. But that said, we'd want to test it because removal of certain council-funded privileges may cover it. I don't know, we'd have to check.
Okay. Councillor Bensabug.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This discussion actually highlights the need for the long overdue rewrite of the Code of Conduct rules because we've trapped again by their inadequacy. More importantly though, I've just been looking at section 41A of the Local Government Act, which quite clearly gives the council and the mayor power to remove someone from a chair. So that, in answer to Councillor O'Malley's earlier question, that is clearly stated, and a possible consequence that we could invoke or ask to be invoked should the council not meet the request which is in the current letter. And obviously Ms Canton and others and the Chief Executive can advise about the content of 41A or other parts of the LGA, and or we could all look at it ourselves.
All right. Councillor Walker, who is online from the UK or somewhere, parts distant.
You ought to know, I'm away from the UK, I'm in Austria. Yeah, conversation. I agree very much with the tenure of it, but a slightly divergent question, and it sort of speaks to, I guess, some of the points that Councillor O'Malley was making, and I'd like to be corrected if I'm wrong on this. It was my understanding, it's always been my understanding, that you can reconstitute a committee for any reason whatever. So I'd like some clarification around that. I mean, obviously it would be separate from this, but that's always been my understanding, and maybe that's a question for CEO.
Looking to Carolyn because I don't want to give, and I don't want to ask Carolyn to give legal advice on the fly. So we would have to consider this and consider how this power was exercised at the triennial, at the inaugural meeting. So I think it'd be, if you want advice on this, we probably need 10 minutes to review the documents.
We have a range of questions. Okay, so we're just going to leave that sit for a minute while we answer some others, perhaps Councillor Gary, then Councillor O'Malley and Councillor Eklund.
Just seeking clarification on, and I don't remember the detail, but I do remember that Councillor Lafiso asked around the removal of Councillor Vandervis as chair at some point, and was it correct that your response, Chief, was that it had to go through a code of conduct first? That's what I recall.
I don't recall that. If you could point me to that, I don't recall that. But so if you could point me to it, I'm happy to review it.
Well, I guess the question is that the case? Like, I guess that's where we got to now, isn't it? Yeah.
Carolyn is suggesting that we need to look at penalties 1 through 8 to see if removal of a chair is enabled through that process or not.
Right. Councillor O'Malley.
A couple of procedural questions, really. If you are suspended from a committee, which could be an option, how could you chair it?
Indeed, and that is why I think Carolyn would need an opportunity to consider that, because that is the thing that immediately jumps out at you. But I suspect there's a disconnect between the Code of Conduct and Section 41A of the LGA, because the Code of Conduct, Section 41A was an amendment when mayors were given different powers at some point. I haven't got it in front of me, and I suspect there's a disconnect. It speaks to the need to make sure that we review the Code of Conduct in light of what the LGA now says.
Then my next question is, the quorum of a committee is based up on all the members, right? So that's 15 members. If the Finance and CCO's committee failed to get more than 7 members turn up for a meeting, can the meeting be held? If we don't meet quorum, right? So that's an alternative too. I won't attend. If he doesn't apologise, I just won't be attending those committee meetings. Anyway.
And I would just have to test, there's a definition of quorum in standing orders and a quorum requirement for each of the committees. I would just need to test that your interpretation is correct.
Yeah, that'd be nice if part of the feedback would be that.
So, Mr Mayor, the staff are taking note of the various things we need to check. So maybe once we've done questions, we could have a short adjournment to work through various of.
A lot of technical and procedural elements to this, and well, might as well be conducted here in public where everyone can see what's going on. Councillor Ackland, then Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. My question is in relation to what Councillor Benson-Pope has raised with that 41A of the Local Government Act, and that according to that part of the Act, that a chair can be removed either by council or by the mayor. But my question is, for what reason? Does that particular part of the Act allow for that to be exercised as a, call it punishment, under a code of conduct issue? Or is it for something else, i.e. the person is not doing their job properly as the chair? Because surely they're two different things. And it also seems to me, and I'll put this into a question as well, that those 8 things that we've got available to us in terms of censure really does not cover removing the person from their role as the chair. And again, I also get back to, even as a censure under the Code of Conduct, is that appropriate because the person's work as the chair is not really being questioned. It's just their way of speaking about views that they hold. And they're two different things.
There's a procedural question that we'll add to the list, and there's another question that is not for staff to answer.
Okay. Councillor Benson-Pope.
Well, I think the suggestion of a brief adjournment for some time for staff to look particularly at 41A and the clear, as Councillor Ackland has just affirmed, the clear capacity under that statute to remove anyone you like, basically. Whether that can happen as part of a code of conduct or not, I think would be good for us to have some advice. But that notwithstanding, if the councillor, if we agree what's currently under discussion and the councillor doesn't meet the requests made, we would have plenty of time to find out what other pathway might be sensible or legal or appropriate. But I think at least the conversation is canvassing the degree of seriousness with which we are taking this matter and the offensiveness of the comments that were made and the doubling down that was read to us a quarter of an hour ago, which I find makes things even worse.
Very good. Are there any other questions before we adjourn? Councillor O'Malley.
Just can you look at section 30 of the LGA as well, please?
Half an hour.
Our appoint committees, subcommittees, other subordinate decision-making bodies and joint committees.
Rightio. So I'll move that we adjourn the meeting for 30 minutes till 11:45. So that might be a good time to take a lunch or a morning tea break, that's for sure. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Are we ready to resume? Ready to resume. Let us begin. I think the Chief has got a few words about this.
So thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for your forbearance while we considered the questions that you had raised. You will see that the Mayor and the seconder have proposed an amended motion, and that is on staff advice, because we simply cannot provide robust legal advice in the time available today. I'm just doing it now because there's complexity. The wording in the code and the requirements of the LGA mean that there is ambiguity and risk, and in order to provide proper advice to council, we need time, and it is likely that we will get independent legal advice, and we're not able to do that today. So the motion as it has been changed, A, B, C and D are the same, but for a change of date to the 20th of August. The 20th of August is the day the agenda closes for the next council meeting. And then E says that if an apology has not been received by that date, then council staff will provide a report to the council meeting on possible options available to council.
Rightio. So we have the motion as it sits. We've covered questions. So as it sits, I've put the motion. It's been seconded by, I've proposed the motion and seconded by Councillor Benson Pope. So in speaking to this, to be fair, it kicks the can down the road on any sanctions. However, it does cover off the findings of the investigator and that a material breach has happened, and that obviously the Council of Andevus does not want to address the meeting, but we know we are requesting an apology and a commitment to attend meetings of Dubai. And we'll look for what happens thereafter at a later date once legal advice has been taken, which is, obviously, as we've heard, quite a complex matter. The issue for me in this is that I hear a lot of calls for punishment around the table, but which is in quite a contrast to some of the speakers we had before the meeting, talking about standing in a place of love and offering a challenge for redemption. And I myself think that Council of Andevus has a long history of being on, with codes of conduct and, with his, personal opinion on various things. One of the things that happens that we have had in this council, this triennium, is a pretty diverse council where everyone's opinion gets to be heard and counted. And it's not appropriate to talk about diversity when diversity only applies to oneself and those similar to oneself. Diversity encompasses all people, no matter how different they may be from oneself. So having a range of opinions around the table is a worthwhile and actually a constructive thing to have. Now, the issue with this code of conduct is the manner in which the opinion was expressed. And so hence my letter of censure calls for him to be more professional and less inflammatory. And so I think that is the key thing for us to be able to get past codes of conduct on an ongoing basis and maintain a willingness to listen. Now, there is an increasing willingness to listen, I have observed in some members, and I think that is important that we do take the time and effort to listen to what everyone has to say around the table, despite it contrasting dramatically with our own views. However, so at least with this, we've moved to, with this motion, we've dealt with the report and the fact that it is a breach of the Code of Conduct, and will move to a potential sanction once we've had legal advice. And the complexity of the matter means that we do need to wait till then.
I'm happy to go after Councillor Walker if you want.
Yes. Oh, yes. So Councillor Walker has indicated that he would like to speak first, and then we have Councillor Gary. Councillor Walker.
I actually didn't indicate I wanted to speak, but I'm happy to go first. And it is quite late here now, so that would be. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, so I just want to say, probably like many others will do, I just want to thank Mr. Jordan Boyle and of course Councillor Laufiso, who raised this on behalf of all of us who believe in giving no room to racism. And also thanks to the mover and seconder and for the amendments to the motion, which makes it way more palatable for me and I suspect for others as well. As you probably know, I'm currently in Europe, traveling, and my wife's here on behalf of the University of Otago, and it's nearly, I'm looking at my clock now, it's nearly 2 a.m. here in Austria, and there are very few things that would have me up at this time on a vacation far away from home, but standing up against racism by a fellow elected member is definitely one of the things that would keep me up. It's worth standing up for and worth fighting for. I'm sure others will cover off many points in subsequent talks, but I want to raise three things from my perspective. Firstly, if we were to be blunt and candid, Councillor van der Vis's attitude in terms of not engaging with the process, for me, speaks absolute volumes, to be honest. It's at best disrespectful and at worst an absolute disgrace. Secondly, the letter in relation to the Tipai Māori meeting is a grim read. It's quite blatantly racist, it's offensive, belittling and completely unbecoming for an elected member of this, or in fact any council in 2024 Aotearoa. And finally, this sits alongside a number of other instances that are contained in the report, all of which make for an utterly embarrassing read. And I think somebody in the public forum mentioned how embarrassing it is. I don't disagree. Mr. Boyle's report is very clear, and I believe it's very fair, actually, on all the issues highlighted by Councillor Laufiso. So it comes as no surprise to me that he has found that 3 actions by Councillor van der Vis materially breach Section 5.3 of the Code of Conduct. Now, of course, we've been down this road before, and the councillor in question, like a notorious mayor further south, or indeed a community board chair in our own jurisdiction, they appear not to respect the positions or give any heed to the Code of Conduct process, and that's really sad. So the question is, what can we do? The original proposal for a letter of censure definitely didn't cut the mustard in terms of trying to rein in what has become a pattern of behaviour by the councillor in question. So I thank all of those councillors and staff actually who have worked in the last today in the last half hour and have reworked this motion to get it to this point. And I think, as Councillor Benson-Pope stated earlier, the conversation today reflects, thankfully, how we collectively view the seriousness of this. We have a zero racism stance for good reason, and when that is breached, there needs to be real consequences for those breaches, particularly when they are so severe and sadly ongoing. And it's our duty, I think, to do the right thing. And although the motion we now have in front of us does not immediately provide a punishment that befits the seriousness of the code of conduct breaches perpetrated by Councillor van der Vos. Section E now provides an opportunity in the absence of an apology to impose a more appropriate and fitting option. Thank you.
Councillor Gary.
Mayor, I want to acknowledge Councillor Lefiso in the room. You are a wahine toa, and we're proud of you. I want to acknowledge our Māori staff and say you should never have had to witness this or experience this on an ongoing basis. And mana whenua and mā tāwaka in the room, I want to acknowledge you and your graciousness and patience as we try to deepen our relationship and we have these things to challenge us all. And I also want to acknowledge the Multicultural Council who were not able to be present today. So the background we have is a code of conduct around Barry Williams' racist comments, and then a code of conduct against our mayor around minimising those comments, and the findings around behaviour of those folk bringing DCC into disrepute. And here we go again. This code of conduct complaint has material breaches relating to an email on the 16th of July, re the upcoming Te Pai meeting. Secondly, a failure to attend the Te Pai meetings, and a reference finally to mana whenua representatives on 2 Dunedin City Council committees as anti-democratic and race-based representation. The finding was that Councillor van der Vos showed contempt for Te Pai and mana whenua and mā tāwaka, and he has brought himself and this council into disrepute. It is a pattern of behaviour, colleagues, and there is a long history here, but it's a long history of racist comments. There are many witnesses to it. It reflects on us all as a city, and there's been no self-reflection that I have seen, or remorse, or apology at any point over the many occurrences. 7 attempts to engage with the councillor in this particular process, and he chose to speak out at the 11th hour and double down. And he delayed the process because he wouldn't engage 9 months to finally come to this point. His racist comments, in my view, were hate-filled, ugly, objectionable, and it, make no mistake, it incited others to make similar comments on social media and in the letters and the emails that we have all received. And I want to mention, Ms. Williams asked me if I would say the response from Aotearoa Marae, she is the president of the chair of that council, that there is deep, deep hurt and distress, and they are very disturbed by this. So it's impacted on our representation, and I recall the Youth Council saying to us when several of us were present that in the lead up to the central government election, David Seymour's comments and others who were standing for election incited people to make racist comments, and she had experienced an increase in that during that time. So make no mistake, colleagues, that what we do and what we say, the words matter, and they do have an impact. It is not good enough to say it's a way of speaking. And I want to refer to Council's position, because last night I watched the start of the extraordinary meeting of the Dunedin City Council on the 19th of March 2019 following the terrorist attack, the murder of so many people in our Muslim community. And this is what the resolution is on the books, and some of us may not be aware of that, but I'm going to read it. One of the parts said, "We will have zero tolerance to any form of abuse, denigration or demonisation, no matter how small." And the late Dave Cull, the mayor at the time, spoke about us saying no to the slightest hint of racism and not treating racist comments as insignificant. I urged you, Mr. Mayor, on 3 occasions during this period, during the laying of this complaint, I had urged you to address Councillor van der Vos's behaviour as racist.
his racist comments. Little that I have seen has been done, and if there's anything that has been done, it has had no effect because the councillor continues. Colleagues, it is up to each of us to respond to this racism decisively and with clarity. And I urge you to support the motion and vote in support of it, and to remain courageous around this. We need to be really clear that we do not tolerate racism in this council, within this organisation, within this city, and remember the impact it has on people if we give it the slightest chance to live.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Today feels like a good time to remind people of the campaign, Give Nothing to Racism. This New Zealand campaign aims to give no tolerance or support to casual racism. The campaign says, racism starts small. Sometimes it lives in everyday actions and comments that we laugh off, nod in agreement to, excuse, and therefore accept. But we don't have to. We can stop casual racism from growing into something more extreme. We can give it no encouragement, no respect, no place, no power. We can give it nothing. Today we need to stand together as council on behalf of our communities and give nothing to racism. Last year I stood alongside Councillor O'Malley with a code of conduct complaint, including against minimising a race-based slander. That was also found to be a material breach. So it's extremely upsetting to find that same vein still seething in our council. I salute Councillor Lofiso for bringing this code of conduct complaint, as I know from experience how terribly hard it was to deal with backlash and to persevere with upholding the integrity of a complaint. But I also know how many people stopped me in the street and thanked me, telling me how much it meant to them as victims of racism to see city leaders standing strong. We were voted in and we swore to do the best for our city. The best for our city is to give nothing to racism. Last week we also saw another code of conduct around race-based remarks by the Invercargill Mayor. In my opinion, the lack of united council action to fully reprimand the Mayor is a blot on Invercargill's good name, which has reverberated around New Zealand. We can't let that happen to Dunedin's reputation. I hope that's not who we are. Here today we are faced with a code of conduct complaint that finds Councillor Vandervis to have breached the standards that we promised and swore to uphold. The facts and reports speak for themselves. A material breach has been found, which the report states has a high threshold. Our code of conduct states especially that we give respect to others and will treat people with respect and courtesy, regardless of their race, age, religion, gender, sexual orientation or disability. As well as finding a clear material breach of Section 5.3, relationship with the public, the investigator's report states, I do think it is reasonable to state his words and actions at time appear to demonstrate contempt for Te Pai Māori and also mana whenua and Matawaka generally. At a minimum, this shows failure to treat our partners with respect and courtesy. However, the words demonstrate contempt, in my opinion, go far beyond mere disrespect and into the realms of racism. I want strong action that shows that we stand together against racism, that this council gives nothing to racism. On behalf of our partners and communities, we must demand an apology to the members of Te Pai Māori, our Runaka partners, and tangata whenua for the offensiveness displayed to them. A number of slurs have been given. It's only fitting that an apology from Councillor Vandervis may go some tiny way to starting to remediate the hurt and restoring the DCC's reputation. Thus, I support the motion, especially D, a full and unreserved apology. If the apology is not forthcoming, then it is my view that Councillor Vandervis is not fit to hold a committee chair position. A chair's role is a prestigious one which requires public trust, respect for others, objectivity, relationship management and ethical behaviour, all values that are at the heart of our DCC Code of Conduct. In this case, the Code of Conduct has been found to have been breached, and I support a strong stance and reparations to start to repair the DCC's reputation. It's ugly and shameful. It hurts our community, and we need to make amends. I will be supporting this resolution to show that this council is strongly opposed to bad behaviour from its members and uphold the oath that we all swore to do the best for our city, especially giving nothing to racism. It's unfortunate that we cannot come up with the strongest penalties today. However, at least we are on the pathway to demanding that apology and looking at what penalties we can invoke to give nothing to racism.
Councillor Mayhem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Racism is discrimination and prejudice based on race or ethnicity. The elephant in the room today is the construction and the maintenance of whiteness. We need to turn the tables. It's 2024. I'm embarrassed by the behaviour of Councillor Vandervis towards Te Pai Māori and towards our staff. We have a huge imbalance here. Māori make up 15% of the New Zealand population, but yet only 6% of the university staff, for example, are Māori. Jacinta Ruru's been lecturing at the university since 1999. That's 25 years. At the time, she was the only Māori person lecturing in law. That's now expanded to 6. In 25 years. In 2016, she became the first professor of law. Her work points out the challenges for Māori. In 2020, she was on the panel that wrote He Puapua, to realise the rights of our Indigenous people. This year, she was appointed Deputy Vice-Chancellor. Let's be like Jacinta. There is a leader. Her report calls for rangatiratanga to be the centric approach for the government to make a priority of well-being and realise the constitutional foundation of Te Tiriti. As Ms Loney pointed out, Councillor Vandervis's behaviour is discounting of mana whenua, is disrespectful, and his freedom of speech stance does not represent the values of this city or Te Tiriti. If we don't take a strong stance, we are condoning institutional violence. I like to operate from a place of love, but we need to have zero tolerance to racism. We're elected members, leaders and governors. Ms Jamieson pointed out it's completely unacceptable for Councillor Vandervis to behave in this way. Te reo is our official language and Mr Vandervis needs to do his homework. Democracy is not might is right. I'm still mad about the way we handled the code of conduct around the chair of Strathtyre. I can't condone that we will allow yet another racist behaviour to go on like this without the highest level of, sorry, I lost my place here. I would call personally for Mr Vandervis to resign. Councillor Vandervis' behaviour calls us all into disrepute. He's not only unfit to be a chair, but he's unfit to be a leader or a governor. He definitely doesn't represent me. Mr Mayor, the one who sets the direction of the waka here in Ōtepoti is you. The United Nations Declaration of Human Rights recognises that all people need to be treated with dignity, and this means economic and social rights, the rights to cultural and political participation and civil liberty. That, to me, is freedom of speech. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I note, Councillor Gary, going back to the special council meeting that we had immediately after the mosque massacre in Christchurch, and all the words of no more tolerance to racism that was, you know, and I look back a bit cynically and say grandly paraded around, and statements of we will not tolerate this at all, and that lasted for weeks. And then we started tolerating it again. And we have been tolerating it too often. And I think in this instance, Councillor Vandervis has been found to be in breach of our code. But this is part of a cumulative behaviour of repeated activities, a lot of them just on the sub-threshold level So you can't pull him up for that one. But he did it then, and then he does it again, and then again. Well, in this instance, he went over the line a couple of times, so he has been found guilty of a breach. But those are not the only things he's ever done. And I think you need to look at it in the context of his behaviour in this chamber and his attitude to this chamber and his attitude to some of the stuff that we have made commitments to. And te tiriti is one of them. That is a component part of this council now. It is no longer something to debate. It is something that we do. So therefore, when you refuse to act in cooperation with that council decision and that council strategic direction, you are basically giving the middle finger to the whole thing. And I know an STV council is quite diverse. It is a diverse council. That's what I enjoy about it. That actually even allows people who are actually racist to get their man on council, because you only need 7.5% of the vote to be on the council. So he is being put on by a constituency. But does that message have to come through to this chamber? I don't think so. We are councillors of the whole. He says, I'm there to protect the people of Dunedin. Well, give him a whole chunk of the people of Dunedin he's not there to do his job for, because he says, according to him, Maori are not people of Dunedin. Evidently, because in his apology, he basically separates the two apart. The Mayor referred to this as a place of love, but you can't have casual racism alive and sitting in this place and say it's a place of love. To do that is, in fact, to fly in the face of what we are trying to do here, which is 15 individuals working for a common good. That's our role. We are here for the city, we're here for everybody in the city, we're here for every component of what makes this city great. And if we start peering parts out and saying, I don't care about those people, I won't be a part of it, and especially mana whenua. You know, that is, what century is he operating in, is I'd have to ask, you know? So, looking at that resolution, I'm almost guaranteed by the 27th of August we will be getting advice on how to advance on to the next step. I'm just pretty much waiting for that time to pass through. I want to finish, though, on what is the role of a chair, because I will certainly be looking for, I'll make one prediction. We will not have an apology by the 20th of August. And if that apology does not arrive in a meaningful manner on the 27th of August, I'll be looking for whatever it takes, whatever rules we have in place to basically remove Councillor Vandervis from that chair's role, because I do not believe he's fulfilling the basic role of a chair, which is to uphold, as in 41A, the role of the Mayor is to provide leadership. The next set of people down below the Mayor are the chairs. And the same requirement is there as well. And leadership does not mean othering people. It does not mean going to ugly places. It does not mean keeping casual racism alive just to play to your base. That is not the behaviour of a chair of a committee. So, come the 27th of August, I just make a little prediction, anybody wants some money on it? We will be debating what to go to next, and I will be looking for the ability to remove him from the position of chair, because I know we will not receive an apology. Thank you.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Wiley.
I actually wondered if I was even going to speak to this, but I have to applaud what Councillor O'Malley has just said, and I support everything he did say, and other speakers. The key that I look at time and time again is that we councillors are all judged by how we all look. Not by how one looks. It's how we all act. We get dragged down when one of us performs poorly. We very rarely get dragged up, but we get dragged down. The behaviour that I've witnessed around this table over 9 years at council, and now 10 years, at times has been appalled. It has been extremely disappointing. And trust me, I've been at the butt end of some of that behaviour. And I'm still pissed off about it. Councillor Vandervis has to lift the bar to the standard, as Councillor O'Malley has said, to that of a chair. And I think that is the number one issue. And when you engage and be a councillor and you be a chair, you are engaging with the whole community. You do not cherry pick which group you want to go and talk to and how you want to perform. You are here for the whole of the city, for the whole of council. And it's actually going to be what he wants to choose to do. Does he want to represent the city and the people? Or does he just want to represent his echo chamber? But I ask one thing. Can his echo chamber please take me off their email list? I do not want to see their rants again and again, because I love the delete button for that reason. But it is appalling when that language comes through over and over again. And the one thing that I can honestly say, especially this past term, I've really enjoyed my time out at the marae and at Tipai. My te reo has got a fractionally better. It's not where I'd like it to be, but it's got fractionally better. And I think the part being is the more you educate, the more you understand, the better you are.
Right. Councillor Hulan.
Firstly, I'd like to acknowledge I think she's been extremely brave to bring this this code of conduct to council. It has sadly motivated many ugly comments from many that Councillor Wiley just mentioned have come into our email box. And the underbelly, I would say, probably promoted by some of the comments from the ACT Party and their leader, have caused a disgusting, I don't even know how to explain it, but a sickness almost of talking about, it's Māori hatred that it's stirred up, and it's disgusting, and there's no tolerance for it anywhere. I do not stand for it, and I do not support it. I do not like it. I want to also acknowledge Mana Whenua and Matawaka, who are sitting here. And I also want to apologise for my te reo pronunciation on numerous occasions where I've sat there as a chair and tried to do a mihi whakatau, and my pronunciation often is terrible. So goodness knows I might be taken for a code of conduct next, God help us all. But Towns has tried to help me, and my apologies, Towns, I have tried to do my best. But look, I struggle with this code of conduct, and the reason I struggle with it is that I don't think there's any winners in a code of conduct, because the fact this has come, it has caused a lot of hurt, a lot of division. The code of conducts don't unite, they tend to divide. And there's obviously a lot of politicking goes on, but there's also a lot of hurt, and it stirs up, as I said, the underbelly in our society. This one has, and it's horrible. Also, you know, I have to say, my mouth has fallen open at some of the comments Councillor Vandevers has made, and some of them are not acceptable, there's no doubt about that. I also, though, think he's a valued member of our council. I think he does say some things that are valuable, and I think Councillor Vandevers is missing out, or we're missing out, for not having him around the table at Te Pai. I personally really are proud of our relationship we have with Mana Whenua in this council. I think we've gone out of our way to build good relationships, and I think anything that builds it up is good. And coming from a place of love is the best thing as a council we can do with everything we do. And some people might say that's airy-fairy crap, but it's not, because if you think at a higher level and think, okay, what's that person been through, why are they saying that, and just look at them and think, okay, I send you love. And then it actually does change what you say and how you think and how you act. And hopefully some of that will get through. All we can do is do our best. And I do hope that Councillor Van der Vis might join us around the table, because I do think he has valuable things to say. And if he was in a marae, I used to have Māoris around when I was a reporter, and I've seen some very robust conversations in a marae, and I think some of our mana whenua would welcome to have a challenge and have a bit of a robust debate on some of the issues he has to raise. And it would perhaps let them get some of the things off their chest, because they're not able to sit up here and talk about them. But I'd also like to say anywhere where we've got a voice for mana whenua, I think, is a good thing, because, after all, it is the people of the land, and it is about people. Let's not forget that. It's people, people, people. Tangata whenua, mana whenua. And I forget the saying now. I'd like to say it. Towns will know it and would say, come. But anyway, I do think, of course, what comes up is the cost of these code of conducts. Ratepayers are paying for it. And I am concerned about increasing costs with these, because we've had a few of them. And what it doesn't do, as I said before, is unite us. It often divides us. And what we have to do is think, how can we resolve these things without them getting to the situation? I've certainly tried to resolve issues in the past, and I think we need to look at ways to do that. And I love that one of coming from love, and I think that will help hopefully resolve a lot of issues. However, my time is out, but that's what I have to say. I think we have to just all think, where can we say things better in a better way and come from a point of view of love.
Thank you. I think we've Councillor Eklund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to break this into two parts really. First is the process. So we're going through a process today, and that process is spelled out in our code of conduct, which is obviously a link to our standing orders. In my opinion, the code of conduct is broken, because it really doesn't have any teeth. I've had discussions with various councillors about this at different times, and the sanctions, if that's the way you want to term it, are not readily available. We know that the code of conduct is about to be reviewed. In fact, it's been a long time coming. And the way I see it is, if we're going to have a code of conduct, it needs to have some teeth, and it needs to be very clear, to the extent that if a person is going to behave the way Councillor Van der Vis has been found to have behaved, and it being a material breach against our code of conduct, then if he's to lose a standing committee chair role, he should know that ahead of time. And maybe, just maybe, if the teeth of the code of conduct sanctions were strong enough and clear enough, maybe the behaviour from certain people just might improve, or else they will know that if this comes to the situation that it has right now, that it's not a case of, oh, nothing's going to happen to me and I'm not going to apologise. You will lose your chair, and there'll be no question. And maybe it won't take this long to actually have to go through this process, let alone the cost. And hopefully it would reduce the frequency. When it comes to the other side of, so that's the process in my opinion. So that Councillor Benson Pope mentioned earlier that the code of conduct does need to be fixed, and I totally agree with that. The other part of this too, though, is the responsibility of all elected members. Councillor Van der Vis may have certain views, and a lot of his views at times, not many people around the table agree with him. But whatever his views are, he should always be respectful to other people. As far as I'm concerned, we are all one. When it comes to speaking Māori, I'm dreadful at it. I don't know many words. And the words that I do know I probably don't pronounce very well. The only thing I can do is sing the harmony in a waiata, which I can't see anybody else doing. But we all have different strengths, don't we? All I'm really getting to here is that there is no excuse for bad behaviour, and the bad behaviour comes out of the mouth as opposed to anything else. And respect for all parts of our community is something that we should all do. And I would also just go one stage further and suggest that I don't believe that Councillor Vandervis is the only person around this table who speaks ill of other people. And I think that we should all take heed of the fact that we have to all be very, very careful the way that we present ourselves and the things that we say. I'm going to leave it at that at this stage. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Witherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I must say I support the majority of what has been said today. I don't think there's any winners in the situation at all. However, for the sake of balance, I've got to ask, how can someone accuse racism when they obviously find it acceptable to use the phrase pale, stale and male? I wonder how the accusing councillor would feel if the opposite was said to them. The reference of racism is used far too regularly these days, which in my view adds fuel to the fire of racial separation in this country. As councillors, we must be allowed to express a view, and quite simply, if the public don't agree, they will not vote for the individual if they decide to stand for re-election. It's called democracy. A difference of opinion can easily be mistaken for contempt. When I read the accusation of mispronunciation, the Code of Conduct complaint lost all credibility. Therefore, I refuse to get on the moral soapbox today. I am over the frequency and associated costs Code of Conduct complaints bring. Personally, I enjoy engagement with all cultures. However, we should be able to agree to disagree without offence at times, to concentrate on the business in hand of running our city and leave any severe penalties up to the voting public. In regards to the independent investigator's findings, I will support a letter of censure, which Councillor Vandervis will add to his growing collection of memorabilia, showcasing his colourful, free-spoken career. I just think we should all move on from this. I think racism is not going to go away in this country, and we do have to do our best to stamp it out. I think this only highlights bad behaviour, and sure, we all need to be held account, but we do need to move forward and work together. And I really look forward to working together with mana whenua and all cultures going forward. Thank you for your time.
All right. Councillor Mitsupo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I'd like to thank, as others have done, Councillor Lofiso for the courage that's taken to run this gauntlet. And I'm not inviting or suggesting that anyone should look at the level of abuse that she has received, but it's out there in social media land, and there are some pretty offensive responses to the dog whistles that we've heard in relation to both general issues of race and issues in respect of Councillor Vandervis's behaviour. I also want to thank colleagues for the enlightened and generally very sensitive comments that we've heard in the last little while, and for the tolerance of a tortuous process to get to a position that I think is widely accepted by the council. We shall see when we vote on it by division shortly. More importantly, though, I want to thank mana whenua and others in the gallery today for their tolerance and their sensitivity, and I'm personally apologising for putting you through all this again, and it happening because it is so very unnecessary. We certainly have and inappropriate. We certainly have a long history of unacceptable behaviour around various issues from our colleague. I've been involved in those as one of the people on a hearings panel many years ago with Councillor Bissett, and another upheld code of conduct, and I think it's important to say that it's not just the history of code of conduct complaints that have cost well in excess of $139,000 from our coffers, but they were all upheld, just as this one has been. And this just cannot continue without the perpetrator and the cause of this ill actually starting to realise that he is the problem, not anyone else or not any issue. Because for me, this isn't about diversity at the table, it's about prejudice and it's about bigotry. And I think that's how we should deal with it. And I'm reminded of what I said last time about the councillor really needing to come to the realisation that he needs some assistance, because the attitudes that he's displaying are just not acceptable in contemporary New Zealand. We sit here around this table in this authority and say how proud we are of a special relationship with mana whenua in particular. We prevail upon their leaders again and again and again for advice and support about important issues. Some of us, most of us, do our very best. It is just not acceptable to insult that relationship with the sort of behaviour we saw in that extraordinary letter about non-attendance at Te Pai and some of the highly offensive and insensitive comments that were made about our First Nation people. That cannot stand, and I'm also very appreciative of the people who have made such positive comments in the wider community, in the media, and those who came today, and thank you very much, all of you. The findings are very clear, absolutely unequivocal. There's a very clear outcome. I'm delighted the chair of the Civic Committee is going to put the rewrite of the COC on his agenda. That'll keep him busy, but it needs to be done, because half of the problem today, of course, has been that we are trapped by our own regulations and the fact we were limited in what we could do. Not for the first time. We've often complained about that, so I would hope the Chief Executive will facilitate work on the Code of Conduct as a matter of urgency. But that notwithstanding, I'm not pleased that we've got to where we are, but I'm very pleased with the results, and I hope to see a positive outcome of this one way or another.
So, role of reply, one of the potential positive outcomes is the possibility of realisation and redemption, because we are putting out a possibility to the councillor doing something about it. There is no question that this very bad behaviour has been, condemned by all around the table, and it is part of a pattern. I don't think there's any question about that. However, the various punishments that he's received over the time have made not one whit of difference. And I think that having a pathway to realisation and redemption is a worthwhile exercise. And so one good thing that's come out of today is that we moved to that and delay at least until that has been exercised before we make a further decision. So having said that, I'll put the motion and we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
Aye.
Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
All right. So, moving on, we'll just see if we can get through a couple of agenda items, maybe one or two before we go to lunch. So, moving on to item 7, actions from resolutions of council meetings. The Chief will speak to the report if required. Are there any questions? I'm not seeing any questions. Any comments from the Chief?
No, Mr Mayor, I am happy to take questions, but I have no comments.
We have no questions. Okay. Councillor Barker.
Just one quick question, given the resolution about the Dunedin Hospital. After the ODT articles this week, have we had any contact with the, sorry, I've blanked on his name, the guy who's in charge of the hospital rebuild now?
Mr. Lloyd.
The Commissioner, sorry. Have we arranged to have any contact with him?
No. No, if it's a question for me, no, we have not. I have made comment that and Mr. Hodgson has made similar comments that no change is expected. I've also spoken with Hamish, last name? Brown, yeah. So because things are so well advanced on the inpatients, I mean, they're extremely well advanced on outpatients, as we all saw. But on inpatients, all the drawings have been done. So there's 2,500 drawings have all arrived at the office, and so work is proceeding apace. My expectation is that it will be built. However, I think my view is that Mr. Levy will be primarily focused on OPEX, so he's looking at staffing, and that's a very immediate issue for hospitals around the country and the medical profession in general, the health service in general. So he's really looking to make savings there in the first instance, because of course, whatever savings he manages to achieve there will be ongoing. Whereas, and typically the OPEX is quite a bit higher than CAPEX, is indeed with our budgets. So savings on the hospital will be difficult to make. It's already been through a value management exercise, and so and there are promises of the three government parties to build the hospital as agreed with the clinicians after a long period of consultation over the detailed business case. So my expectation is that will be built, and given that the Minister of Health is a clinician himself, he does know that the importance of having the appropriate facilities and having the room in the facility to be able to do all of the, or to cater for the needs to the wider population. And there was a long process to determine what those needs are and how much space was required. And so thanks to our pushback, we managed to push back and get all of those facilities and services reinstated. So the Minister is also well aware, as will Mr. Levy be, that naturally we won't take a reduction in services lying down. So, Councillor Gary.
Mr Mayor, was it your impression during our visit to the hospital, that the Dunedin Hospital site, that the piles for the inpatient build mean that they can't actually change the structure? And if that's the case, is it your thinking that what we'll need to keep an eye on, given the mixed messages we're getting in Lester Levy's comments, on the fit-out aspect, would that be where you would consider we'll need to be mindful and keeping a watching brief?
Well, not so much. I think we need to keep an eye on everything. I think without alluding to that possibility, I think cladding will be an issue. That could be a place where they might look for savings. One of the things that we saw when we went to outpatients was it's a very fine-looking building, and I find it interesting that they've put up the windows and exterior cladding on the side facing the eastern side of the one-way system. So, which demonstrates how well advanced they are, and there was a lot of framing inside. It's whether I think the thing to be mindful of is the quality of cladding. in the first instance. You can't have a hospital without beds and fit out. So
No, I guess my question was around the impression I got from that visit was that you can't change the structure. The piles are in according to the design.
There's only 10
but
left.
what I was wondering about, and when I say fit out, I'm thinking PET scanner and all the various aspects of that. Do you believe we need to keep a close eye on that? Because we are getting mixed messages. Is that how you will be approaching it?
Look, personally, I don't think that. I mean, the PET scanner is only one element, and it's definitely being fitted out to take the a PET scanner. It's a long way before that PET scanner will be installed. So, and you know, currently there are no public hospitals with PET scanners.
Yeah,
so,
that was an.
I mean,
that's
that's
an example.
you know, it's a. I think that's a distraction. I think the things that you know. I think there is a strong commitment on behalf of the government, on the part of the government, and all three parties involved in the government, yes, to build all the services and facilities of the detailed business case. So I don't think they'll resolve from there. But if they, you know, try and save money on the cladding of the building, that is a potential worry. Anyway, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I've just got a question around the Aurora workshop, and just wondering why we're going to have it in non-public when there's so much public interest about it. I just thought it was worth asking.
That's the next item, but I'm given the question, I can answer it now if you'd like. We're on the action items.
We're at 7. We're in item 7, actions from resolutions of. All right, so we'll just leave that to the next item, then we can actually get an item dispensed with. At the rate we're going, we might get 2 done before 1 o'clock. So, questions covered? In which case, I'll put the motion that we note. We note the open and completed actions from resolutions of the council. Seconded, Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So now the forward work programme. Are there any questions of the Chief? Councillor Barker.
I guess there was a question on Aurora, not necessarily about the workshop, but when is Council going to make a decision? Because I think that the public were, back when we went out to consultation, were expecting a decision soon.
Well, maybe if I can answer that question and Councillor Houlihan's at the same time. Staff, as we indicated, are preparing a financial model that will do a range of different scenarios, and that is what the workshop on the 12th, is it the 12th? Whatever day it is, will cover off. At this point, councillors have yet to have staff advice, and so you've had advice from the directors, and the only staff advice that has been provided, reverberating. The only staff advice has been around the consultation or otherwise, that proposal. So staff, the model is really important to present to councillors and plug in a whole range of different scenarios to see how things land. And once we have done that exercise with council, we'll be in a position to provide advice, and that will determine if council, what next steps council wants to do, whether that's decision one way or another, or whether it's something else.
Thank you. My next question is on page 62, which is around Te Whare Rokatia. I thought that we passed a resolution that council would meet with their board, and it says that there will be a report to the August Community Services meeting, which I believe is next week. So is a meeting with the board and council imminent?
I'm sorry, Ms Wikaira is just farewelling our mana whenua Matawaka guests, but in one of the breaks she briefed me that only yesterday, I think, 3 dates were proposed from the board for councillors to meet, but none of them were acceptable, and it was very short notice. And Jeanette, what was the next date that the fringe board could meet with councillors? The 18th maybe? The week of the 19th. And so we've only got that advice in the last day or two, so we are going back to them to try and facilitate that meeting, because we know that councillors are keen to do it, but we've been using best endeavours to try and find a date.
Councillor Houlihan, you have a question?
Oh, thank you. Can I just go back to my question just around Aurora, please?
The financial modelling data we use may include things around the potential price of Aurora, the sale price. There are other things in the model as well around the levels, assumptions around water, assumptions around debt rates rises and things like that, that are not formal council positions as yet, but the model will allow a range of things to be changed. So the thinking at this point, and Carolyn only, the model was only finalised yesterday. It's a complex spreadsheet, but it may be that we can hold elements of the workshop in public, but at this stage the plan is non-public, but following the workshop for the model or a variant of it to be provided publicly.
Okay, so we're done with questions, therefore I'll move that the council notes the open and completed actions from the forward work programme. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And number 9, we'll be brave. We've got Mr Rowe, who's waited very patiently, and see if we can get through this one. So, and Mr McLean will come to the table. Now, do you have any prefacing comments, gentlemen?
No, happy to take it as read and take questions.
Great. So I'm sure we'll have questions. Does anyone have a question? No. Hang on. I had a couple of things noted. The report, item 14, page 67, a report is expected in September 24. Are we on track to have is that on track for September 24? That's not far away.
Yes, so the work that refers to is the PricewaterhouseCoopers investigation into sort of options for implementing land use change in South Dunedin. So once we get the technical work completed on the South Dunedin Future Programme at the end of 2026, that's likely to recommend some form of land use change. We don't know exactly what that's going to look like. But the work with PwC is looking at how would you facilitate that, if that involves sort of property acquisition or some sort of transfer of property. What are the options for that? So we are anticipating getting a first stage of that reporting in September, but it's likely that there'll be a second output from that contract, which could be either later this year or early next year, that will look to time in with other elements of the program.
Great. And another question, page number 19, on page 68. 71% of respondents suggested or endorsed an approach to reduce flood risk and provide local amenity with use of Fulbury. What was the sample size of that?
I would have to double check the stats. I think it might be mentioned elsewhere in the report in terms of website visits, 830 pieces of feedback, right. I think in general. But
there's 2 or 3 different numbers.
Yeah, so different sources. I could find the data and come back to you on that. But in general, the purchase of Fulbury occurred a week or 2 prior to us going out and doing the engagement. So we ended up doing a bit of a bolt-on of a Fulbury element to that, obviously because it was in the public domain, it was high public interest, and we did receive a lot of feedback that was Fulbury focused, and it's a very good example and a vehicle for talking through the kind of challenges around South Dunedin in a way that people understand.
Great, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and Mr Rowe. Excellent work on the hearing that you spoke at around a submission. I wanted to ask about item 14, which talks about the indicative business case that was declined. Can you remind me, first of all, the date it was declined? Was it in this term of government? Do I recall that correctly?
Yes, I believe we submitted it to the previous government in August 2023, and I think we would have received a letter from the current government in May, though that letter came from the Treasury.
And so did we get any feedback from them as to why it was declined?
Not on the specifics, no.
Most unhelpful. In 19, I was interested to read in 19 on the second bottom bullet point that there's a widespread interest, especially from younger residents, in nature-based solutions that could reduce the effects of climate change. Could you speak to that a little more?
Sure. So some of the engagement we did was with community groups or youth representatives. Some of the way we designed this engagement block, if you like, was to attract or make it easier for families and young people to engage. So we did activities on weekends rather than, say, in evenings during kind of dinner, bed, bath time. And I think a common, I don't want to overinterpret what we heard from people, but I think a common focus of the youth is that longer term view. The nature-based solutions typically require a longer term perspective to sort of do the investment, enable it to have an impact, and that's not necessarily as you don't realise the gains as quickly as you might with other forms of adaptation. So it seemed to be prominent. Generally, we've had a very encouraging and positive response to that concept of more green space in South Dunedin. The idea that could improve amenity and make it a nicer place to live, in addition to providing flood protection benefits. So that's a general concept that's been pretty popular.
Young people are very wise. I'm assuming you'll continue to engage them through the process.
Absolutely.
Councillor Barker, then we've got Councillor Spencer-Pope, then Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just on page 68, I'm just looking at the surveying and the communication. I just wondered how you were communicating with businesses. There's some big landowners out there and a number of large businesses. So I just wonder, are their voices captured in the survey responses and the feedback?
They are, in the sense that members that we spoke to are also business owners. I think business is one of the areas of the community I think we've had challenges accessing. I think in the conversations I've certainly been involved in the past, a lot of, and this, it's not a generalisation speaking for all, but many business owners we've spoken to have said they appreciate what we're doing. However, until we can come back with some concrete plans that indicate kind of what's the direction of travel, what that might mean for zoning, for plan changes, for sort of movements or economic impact, until we can progress this work to that level, they're not as interested in engaging in that sort of hearts and minds, blue skies conversation that we've had with other members of the community. So, yes, we have had engagement to date. I think it's a bit of a gap that we need to work on as a particular area of focus moving forward. As an example of that, in August, I'll be going to speak to the South Dunedin Business Association, their AGM, to outline where we're at, what we're doing, and answer questions. That's an example of an initiative we're trying to do to kind of bolster that business engagement.
I was really interested when we went to look at the hospital site last week that they had was it 0.08 metre that they were building to for 50 years? Can you remember? They'd chosen.
It's 1.8, I think. It was also for the flood event if the Leith breaks its banks. Yeah, but yeah, they were both in there.
I guess my question was getting to about communicating with businesses is using some of the stories of other businesses or hospitals that are building, that this threat is imminent and they do need to pay attention, especially when making decisions about their businesses. I wonder if that's kind of a breakthrough moment, because for me, with that hospitals, they had chosen something they were building for that, and I really feel like businesses need to get involved. And I don't know whether the Business South has got that many members from South Dunedin, but maybe do you think that's another way of communicating as well?
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, a lot of the conversations we have had with business to date has been hearing their stories of impacts from the 2015 flood, what that meant for their property, for their business, for sort of their customers and the turnover and various things.
My next question was just around where it says 43% of respondents rated the current risk of another flood as intolerable. Was that from the 45 survey responses, or was that from the 830 pieces of feedback?
I would have to double check, but the statistics in there are come out of an engagement report. So essentially, the consultants and our internal teams have looked at all of the feedback we've taken from all of the sources, analysed that, and I believe the stats there will reflect that. I can double check that. The comment on, or the issue of what's tolerable is really interesting, because obviously you can ask that question now and people will give you an answer. However, I think what's tolerable will be a dynamic conversation that will continue throughout the program, particularly, for example, if you say a certain scenario is intolerable or tolerable now, if we went and said to people, okay, well, we can do these things to adapt and change. However, option A is free for you, option B has a high cost for you. That might change what people find tolerable, depending on what the cost might be.
I just want we're expecting a report on the Better Off funding. I think it's next week, but it mentions here that there is grant funding of 1.45 million from the Better Off grant funding allocation, and it will be for this last financial year and this financial year. So what is that funding being used for? Is it project based?
So the Better Off funding represents around 40% of the total program funding. So it's material. Between DCC, ORC and that grant funding, essentially it is fungible across the program, so we allocate it to all of the activities that we do. So predominantly the output of these technical reports, though.
I'm just trying to understand, because we had put money in the budget that we saw, so I can't quite remember the figures, and I was wondering whether the Better Off funding was on top of the core funding that Council was giving, which was around $500,000, is that correct?
No, so the technical work that's being undertaken at the moment, which peaked last year and this year in terms of costs and activity, we would not be able to do that work with just DCC and ORC resources.
So the Better Off funding was a top-up to, I'm going to call it a top-up to be able to do the technical work. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was really interested, Mr Rowe, in the comment you made in the media about, I'm not sure where, might have been the Star or one of the newsletters, about the spatial adaptation options you talk about in paragraph 30 and 31. Clearly, I guess that's when the rubber hits the road, when people find out what might be planned or under discussion for their patch or their street or their property. Have you got anything to add to that in terms of how you're going to manage those sensitivities?
So this is the crux of the transition the program's going to go through, excuse me, in the next 6 months. So up until, we're about halfway through the program, as I think the graphic on the final page shows. The next 6 months is where it goes from a lot of this conversation being conceptual to it being sort of real world. So people will be able to look at this and say, when the risk assessment comes out, okay, you know, my area of South Dunedin has a different risk rating now and in the future to, you know, my friend or colleague's area. So it will differentiate. That'll provide a baseline for risk, so kind of under the do nothing option, if you like, or on the current status quo. The work that you're referring to around the spatial adaptation options is looking at that baseline, what then could we do to mitigate those risks? So could we build infrastructure? Could we do nature-based solutions? Could we use planning tools to kind of tweak and play around with those levels of risk to try and essentially move as many as you can from intolerable to tolerable over time? And that will involve illustrating, for example, where we might need to build additional infrastructure, where we might want to have plan changes or proposed plan changes that might affect density, or whether we build or continue to build, or seek to retreat from a particular area. So that'll be the kind of first snapshot of what South D could look like in 50 or 100 years. So that's the bit where people are going to start to get a sense of what direction this is going. It will present options, so it's not going to lay out a map that says this is a prescriptive view of what South D will look like, but it is going to give people probably for the first time a sense of where this is all going.
Great, thank you. Councillor Wetherell.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. In regards to paragraph 13, you state that effective adaptation in South Dunedin over the next 100 years could require extensive land use change. I guess South Dunedin is going through a transformation through commercial and residential developments going everywhere through South Dunedin. And I guess in your plans or submissions, around the word of extensive, could you work with minimal? In regards to, I look at this report and it hasn't really touched on the minimal changes that could be required or that we could work with because we have had a change of government funding. So is that affecting the way you're thinking of how South Dunedin would look in 100 years, with working with what you've got, so to speak, without changing it?
Absolutely. So in an ideal world, least cost, least amount of change required to manage the risks as they present. And that'll be a major factor. Resources are going to be a major constraint. So it's likely that a lot of things are technically possible in terms of the technology exists, the approaches exist to manage those risks, but we may not have the money. They may not be practically deliverable in terms of we would need too much time, or the scale is something that, say, the industry can't support. So we'll be looking at how we can do things for the least cost with the least amount of impact. And that'll be one of the kind of lenses that gets put over this. I don't think we certainly won't be looking to do change that's not required.
Okay, Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. You may not be able to answer all of these right now, but obviously the concern a lot of people have is what does all this mean for the value of their house? Some of them already, I think, have notices on their limbs in the future, and your opinion on what, as a council, we should do to try to mitigate any of this, or, nothing or something, or any recommendations? Big question, sorry.
So a couple of comments. One is this risk report and all of this work will materially advance our understanding of risk in South Dunedin, so it's going to be quite a big step forward. It won't give us all the answers, so it can't drill down into the level of every individual property and say this is your exact risk profile based on your specific area, property, condition of your house, etc. So we'll have to aggregate up some of that work. So I think that'll be enormously helpful. You then, as I say, they'll establish a bit of a risk baseline. We then do the adaptation options work that kind of moderates some of that by saying this is how we recommend some of those risks be mitigated. And then absolutely there's a conversation for council, for central government, for banks, insurers, asset owners on what does that picture look like then. And each one of those groups has a particular role, a particular set of responsibilities, some of which are evolving, right? Because central government is looking at this work, there's an inquiry underway, they're looking at changes to various pieces of legislation. So there's lots to step through. This is one of the key bits, but it's not going to answer all the questions.
Microphone, yes. I thought I turned it on. So yes, we have a seconder, Councillor Houlihan. And in speaking to this, I think there's a lot of work going on with the South Dunedin Future program. It's a shame the government doesn't want to fund the land use proposal that we had with Treasury, or Treasury doesn't want to fund it, and corresponding to the government neither. However, there are possibilities for other subsequent proposals that might fit better with this, with the current government's climate mitigation ambitions. So I'm optimistic that they will look with an open mind when another report or another proposal goes up to them. And I have mentioned to the appropriate minister that I will be coming back with one. So, and similarly, I think when we look at the rain situation of a couple of days ago, there's quite a lot of anxiety about rain in this city. And I think it's important that we be working to achieve, I suppose, higher levels of removal of stormwater from our city streets, so as to reassure the residents of South Dunedin that the suburb will cope with a delugic downpour if one were to strike again. So well done for this work, and I think that the people of South Dunedin very much appreciate the work that's been done and the amount of communication they're having and the input they're having into things that are going on. So they are, very much aware of the situation now, and they do look forward to some concrete activity in terms of getting rid of the water. Would anyone else like to speak? Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to thank Dr. Rowe for his work and his team for everything they've been doing with this, and I hope the people of South Dunedin and the business owners know that Council is backing this and doing everything it can to hopefully see a way forward for South Dunedin and its future. We're certainly lobbying government as well, and because we need all the help we can get. And South Dunedin is seen nationally and I think internationally as an area that people are watching to see what will happen with this, because climate change is, and the impacts of that and what will happen with the water levels is something that everybody's looking at and concerned about. So what we do is setting an example for the rest of the country, and hopefully we can get more funding to move forward. But I think the people of South Dunedin are hoping we have more action on this, and so do I, but of course a lot of that is tied up with funding. But this work will help us be ahead of every other city in the country, I think, in a lot of ways, because we've been proactive. We can then go and we can say, here's our facts and figures, and we've engaged thoroughly with a lot of the residents in that South Dunedin area, and I think hopefully we can make some really positive changes that will see a good, positive future.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To reiterate some of the comments, but I had some things I wanted to say. First of all, we are incredibly blessed with the calibre of our staff and the quality of the work that they do in this space. So, Mr. Rowe, if you take back to the teams you work with across Council who contributed to this and continue to do so, our thanks for that work. It would be appreciated. It is true that South Dunedin is the poster child of climate change mitigation and adaptation in New Zealand. It's just a pity that the government didn't look upon it this way. But what I am really proud of is the way our staff and Council, representing Council, have taken the community on the journey, and it's been a very strong dimension of this particular work. And I think the fact we're getting to a critical point is something we just need to remember, because it won't be welcome news for many. It will be very unsettling for others, but it is work we have to do, and so let's see where that lands. And colleagues, just remember too that we can't look at this in isolation. When we come to look at our zero carbon 2030 implementation, let's remember that we need to do this work across the board, because it's all interrelated. And as we watch in a global sense, temperatures reaching 50 degrees Celsius and storm events, and we reflect on Cyclone Gabrielle and all of the making good work that's happening. This is a proactive approach. We had the floods in 2015, but we're taking a proactive approach to the future. And I think this council should be proud of it, but we need to continue the mahi and continue to resource our staff and the work that they are doing.
Great. I don't think there's anyone that's got anything further to say. So, having covered that off, I think it's lots of hard work going, and it's wonderful to see. So, having said that, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. And now's a good time to break for some lunch. We'll keep it reasonably tight and come back at 1:45, please. So 27 minutes. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Okay, she's looking that way. We've got Councillor Gary to come, and we all set. Righty. Are you waving? You've got a question there, Councillor Gilbert.
Oh, he does.
It's a nice clear picture. Really. Okay, so we have item number 10, the Zero Carbon Work Programme. So we have Ms Reynolds to the chair, just by yourself. No, and Scott. Mr McLean. Oh, yes. Thank you. So do you have opening comments, or do you want to go straight to questions? Yes, you've got comments. Wonderful.
Yes, thank you. Just to say that the Zero Carbon Work Programme has been progressing despite challenges over the past year, with significant progress on implementing the Zero Carbon Implementation Plan actions that Council noted in 2023. Examples are listed in the report. Continuing to support implementation of the Zero Carbon Policy that Council adopted in 2022. Again, examples are listed in the report, and a significant achievement has been continuing to support GCC's own organisational emissions reductions, measuring those, and adoption of a new emissions reduction plan for the organisation. There are overlaps between those three areas of work. For example, working in partnership with other organisations to progress all areas. I'll also note that a report is planned to come to Council in August with a fuller report on the Zero Carbon Implementation Plan for 23-24 and a proposed implementation plan for 24-25. That work's pending several things, including fully digesting the government's new emissions reduction plan, and the implications for DCC, just to ensure that we identify the best levers we can to act on behalf of our community. In that August report, we also plan to come with recommendations or seeking council decisions on a zero carbon advisory panel, now that that framework's been adopted by council. Thank you.
Very good. Questions? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Kia ora. I have questions on page 81, which is around the cruise emission. So it's paragraph 24, and it just talks about the cruise emissions for Dunedin. And I wonder, is there any work being done for cruise emissions in Dunedin? Sorry, in New Zealand overall.
I believe the government, they've recently, the Climate Change Commission recently consulted on including that in New Zealand's footprint as to whether there's work underway to reduce those emissions. Not that I'm aware of at the government level. There may be though, and I know that the International Maritime Agency organisation has set some targets for emissions reduction in general.
Well, I guess my question was is because we've commissioned a research report, so I was wondering whether New Zealand itself had a research report, just that hierarchy of information.
Not that we're aware of. There have been some other councils recently that have undertaken footprints for the cruise sector specifically, so we've been looking at those and those methodologies to inform our report. Yeah.
It just seemed more sensible to do it in a bigger thing all at once. What was my next one? Page 89. I just wondered, it says that we get a discounted interest rate from the local government funding agency under the Climate Action Loans Program. So is that for all of our loans, or is that for stuff specifically around carbon zero work?
That applies to all of our loans.
Can I just ask what the difference is between the normal interest rate that we would get from our GFA and the climate loan rate?
I can try and find that out now. I'll try and find that out now.
Might be 0.2, but I'll just have to check. Carolyn, unfortunately, is not well today, but I'll find out.
I guess that I'm just raising this because it might have something to do with the Aurora discussions if we were to decide to leave LGFA, about what effect it would have on our interest rates. That's why I'm asking that question. Page 177, this is around the Zero Carbon Alliance, and I think I've raised this before about Business South being a member, and when we look at the membership of that, I'm trying to find the actual anyway, it looks like Business South would represent a significant amount of city stakeholders, and I know that we have asked before that they be asked to be a member, and the Zero Carbon Alliance decided that they didn't want them as a member, I think was the feedback. So I just wonder if Council were to decide, as the original setup of the Zero Carbon Alliance, how they would have a resolution to include Business South as part of the alliance.
So I've got a meeting coming up with Business South, with Mike, and I thought I would first test their appetite and then provide feedback to Council on that. I thought that would work. Does that work for councillors? Yep. Come.
Because I know they've committed to not better than zero carbon. I can't remember what it was, positive and negative. My last couple of questions are just on page 179 and page 181. There's mention of some student research, which I thought was interesting, around options for measuring waste at second-hand stores, our e-waste management situation, some student air emissions. There was the one about the research on train, etc. And I just wondered if that research was available. One of the reasons I'm asking is that we give grants for waste reduction, and sometimes we are asked about e-waste and second-hand store waste. So it would be really good for us as councillors to have access to that research.
I'm not sure if it's publicly available, but I will look into that.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Reynolds, page 80, paragraph 19, around the annual plan, and of course we made the decision to do an annual plan plus a 9-year plan rather than the 10-year plan. What a material impact has there been of us not making those decisions around the high and medium zero carbon plan investment packages? Has that affected the work, or how have you adjusted to that?
Thank you, Councillor. It hasn't. We've just had to recast how we look at implementing some of these things and what forms high and medium, investment packages, and a lot of that, a lot of that was based on at that time the uncertainty around Waka Kotahi funding. So now we have some certainty around that, so we'll be able to cast that with a bit more accuracy.
Thank you. And again, page 80, paragraph 22, about the Zero Carbon Business Support Pilot Program. It was quite recently that I became aware of green loans that some of the banks will loan to private individuals. Is there anything like that for not-for-profits? And I see in here, so are there green loans for businesses? And I see in here that the pilot program's to help Dunedin-based small to medium enterprises. Does that include not-for-profits?
So there's a pilot underway. I believe one of the participants is a non-for-profit. In terms of any future rollout, that's still under active consideration, what sort of organisations would be involved depending on how the pilot goes. In terms of lending available, unsure of that for businesses, but one of the intentions of the pilot in that program, if it were to roll out further, is to link the participants with whatever support is available, whether that be government grants or loans, those kind of things.
Excellent, thank you. And on to paragraph 23, the car share program. Where is that up to?
Thanks, Councillor. We're currently reviewing the MOU with one of the providers. So we've had an MOU in place for a while. It's due for a review, and we're working with them now to review that.
Do you have any timeline, Ms McLean, on when that might come into operation in the city?
It would be fair to say that the review of the MOU is because the operating models are really tricky, and whether we can make it work, or the operator can make it work in a way that is viable, and that meets other of council's objectives, is still yet to be seen. So we're just getting some feedback from other councils as well, other cities who have the scheme in operation, to get some feedback from them as well.
Thank you for that.
Else you want to add, Scott?
And I wonder if you could comment, page 95 is around waste. And I'm just thinking, when we were on the New Dunedin Hospital building site visit, I noticed they had a large skip for wood waste, and they said they separate out wood waste and plastic waste. But the comment of the contractor was that Dunedin didn't have the capacity to deal with it. Do you have any comments to make around that? I know, we've got facilities we're building and so forth, but where is that whole aspect up to?
I would say that construction and demolition waste is one of the elements of the zero carbon plan implementation plan that council's noted, and the waste and environmental solutions team is doing really good work in that space.
So work in progress. It's good to see that people are actually being proactive. And my final question is, as you work across council, Ms Reynolds, are you finding that our organisation is finding it easier to get on board and getting their head around changes in behaviour change and changes in how approach those kinds of things? What would your comment be on that?
I think that in general, staff at the DCC are on board. This is one of council's strategic priorities. So yes, I think people, are growing in their understanding, and we're developing the guidance and support to help and enable that as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
If I could just, the CFO has just texted me the correct information for the loans, and it's not 0.2, unfortunately it's 0.02. So apologies that we got the zero wrong. Yeah, 0.02%, yes.
But still a noticeable amount on the amount of borrowing that we have.
It's a lot less noticeable than 0.2.
Well, of course, 10 times, a tenth, in fact. I have a couple of little questions. So you've got lots of good information about DCC emissions. One of their major source of emissions is landfill, and you've got the closed landfills. They're on a natural decline. Is there anything we can do, any active strategies we can employ to reduce those emissions any further, any more quickly?
For closed landfills, that's really difficult because the waste is already there, and the proactive infrastructure wasn't necessarily in those landfills to capture and destroy the gas. I think waste in general is one of those areas that's really important to tackle because it does have that really long tail of emissions, and the Waste and Environmental Solutions team at Green Island is doing a great job at capturing those emissions and destroying them, which is one of the contributors to DCC's emissions footprint decrease over the past years. But equally, it's very important to try and stop that waste and organic waste, timber and those paper and those kind of things going into landfill, because they will produce gas over a long period of time.
Yes. And have we measured the closed landfill emissions?
The methodology on that isn't measuring each landfill. It's looking at, and there's not necessarily good data on what went to those landfills or the quantities. So it looks historically at things like population, waste assessments and those kind of things historically, and then projects what the likely emissions are from that based on IPCC methodology.
Right, so no measurement at all?
Not active measurement of those closed landfills, no. I don't know that would be possible.
Yeah, well, yeah, it could be tricky. Above playing fields and things where the emissions are now. Page 153, there's a couple of interesting tables here. And so waste to landfill and wastewater for the active landfills, things have improved quite a lot over 22-23. There's a couple of big green blocks there, which are page 152 of the report, or page 21 of the plan. And similarly, all other emissions have dropped considerably. How have we achieved that? I mean, a 36% improvement against baseline of waste to landfill and wastewater.
So the landfill emissions have decreased from improving the landfill gas capture and destruction. I think also from the amount of waste going. No, it's from the landfill gas capture and destruction. Yeah, for that one. And closed landfills have decreased just because of that natural decay.
Yes. So is that actively measured, the open landfill? Are we actually actively measuring the quantity of methane coming out or not?
Sorry. Yes, so that comes from our emissions trading scheme obligations. So that's externally verified, actively measured, and based on the waste that's been deposited historically and in the past year. The total methane potential is calculated, and then we look at how much we've captured and destroyed, and that's how we get to that figure in terms of the emissions coming out of the landfill.
So there's no active measurement of how much is being emitted, how much is being given off from the landfill?
In terms of the actively what's going on at the landfill, there's sort of default calculations for what that waste will generate rather than,
yes,
as you say, rather than actively.
Yeah, that's my question. Yeah. Is there any active measurement of how much is coming off? Because you'll have stuff coming out the tubes or wherever it's gathered, but there could well be a whole lot coming through the clay capping or whatever. Is there any attempt to coat that, put a covering over that would capture all the gas?
I couldn't really comment on all that they do around managing that gas at the landfill. In terms of what's measured at the landfill, it's what's captured and destroyed.
Yep.
In terms of how they calculate in those regulations what the methane emitting potential is of the landfill, there's certain calculations that for Green Island landfill may not be 100% appropriate, but they give us a good idea of what's being emitted there.
And are they laid out by the ETS scheme?
Yeah, so all the calculations are there if anyone wants to try figure those out.
Yeah, great. And so on page 153 we've got a table of energy use and fleet, which is our second greatest cause of emissions, but the private car, taxi and staff fleet emissions have actually gone up. Yet we've got a bunch of new vehicles, which some are battery and some are hybrid. So how come we've had a 5.5% increase in emissions?
So that's a bit confusing the way we've laid that out. So it's actually a 5.5% reduction, but the target was for a 10% reduction. So we've missed the 10% reduction. Our petrol usage has gone down significantly as we've gone to electric vehicles, but the diesel usage has gone up. And that's primarily in the Three Waters fleet, and from talking to Three Waters, they're going out and doing more stuff, basically. So we're working to try and reduce the emissions from that source over time. But yeah, that's where we just didn't quite hit that target, but we are working to keep those emissions coming down.
Great, thank you. It's good, there's actual measurement there of that. In terms of the community, we've got no community data, and naturally the community will be a much greater emitter than DCC. So is there a plan to produce a report on that? Or?
We produce, we've been producing every 3 years a footprint for Dunedin City and the community, whereas this report here we produce annually for DCC's own organisational activities. Yeah.
Okay, so regarding the whole community, do we have a list of community participatory actions or community participation actions that would help with our emissions? Do we provide that to the community? Do we provide them with any assistance as how they might improve their emissions?
Do you mean for DCC's emissions or for
No,
city emissions?
The community, the citywide emissions, which will be much greater than DCC emissions.
I think that will be pending 9-year plan decisions around zero carbon plan implementation actions, and then we'll be able to provide the community with more comprehensive information around how they can get involved in those various interventions.
Yes, so we've got nothing in place at the moment. So, and okay, that's great, thank you. And next we have Councillor O'Malley.
Mr. Mayor, it's back to page 181 in the student contract work that was done, research work, and I really am looking at the University Charter Rail one. Are you aware that there is work going on at the regional transport committees for interregional public transport work going on right now?
Vaguely, yes. I think transport team would be the lead on that. In terms of the Charter Rail, that is a university-led initiative.
Because they're looking at availability of rolling stock and knowledge of the track. Did they interview Dunedin Railways? Do you know if Dunedin Railways was interviewed? Because they do them up as far as Oamaru on a fairly regular basis.
Off the top of my head, I cannot remember, but I assume that they would have. Like they did speak to a broad number of people in that research.
Does that research get projected then to given to people like the Transport Department to see what has come out of it?
Yes, it's circulated to the relevant people within DCC.
And at the governance level, can we see some of those? Cool, thanks.
Great. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. First of all, I've got a few questions on behalf of Councillor Gilbert, as he says that he can barely rasp his way through. So his questions are, how many people are now working both on zero carbon work and as part of the zero carbon team? By that, he means both in terms of number of people and FTEs, and are they work stream specific or is there a crossover?
We have workstream specific leads. It's a little complicated at the moment because we've got people on maternity leave, and so there's a bit of over and under. I would have to calculate the FTE for you and provide that at a later date.
You don't know how many people there are, or are there several people on maternity leave? I'm a bit confused.
There's 7 of us in the team, but not 7 FTE.
Thank you. His next question is the verifier on page 79, number 41, and the supplier on page 80, number 22. At what cost?
Sorry, could you repeat which?
The verifier on page 79, paragraph number 14, and the supplier on page 80, number 22. At what cost?
I believe the verification was around $10,000. So that's on 14. 22. SME support. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Thank you. And his last question is page 90, the second item on the graph. What work is currently, and it's in part the Mayor's question as well, what work is currently done to capture and or convert methane emissions from closed landfills, simply fed off, or are we capturing and utilising it?
There's nothing for the closed landfills. We do capture and utilise it at the Green Island landfill.
Thank you. I think that's all his questions for now, but yes, I think that's all his questions. And my questions are on page 80, 80, 80 or 81, sorry, on page 80, on number 22, when we talk about the business support program. I guess my question is kind of, have we worked with Business South on that, and what are we trying to achieve from that program? I'm interested. I mean, you've contracted supply. I'm just intrigued about, where you see there's obviously significant zero carbon to be earned here. So I'm just kind of, tease that program out a wee bit more if possible, please.
Yes, we engage with Business South about that program in terms of what we're trying to achieve. When we were working to develop the zero carbon plan, and we talked with numerous people in the community and business people, it became clear that often for the smaller businesses, the capacity and or capability to understand their carbon footprints and figure out ways to reduce those and know what support is available to help businesses in that transition was quite challenging, whereas often for the larger businesses they did have dedicated staff working on that. So that's the gap that we're looking at filling and supporting.
So from the pilot, are you thinking, what will there be a template or something that then you can roll out, or that other businesses can pick up and apply to the business? I'm just like, where do you see this heading?
So the program. So firstly, we're expecting a report back on the pilot soon, and we'll be learning from that. The pilot itself has been around having an expert in this space who has both business and zero carbon knowledge sit down with the businesses to understand their footprints, develop a report and recommendations for them to take forwards.
Okay, thank you. My next question is in relation to the actual report on the greenhouse gas emissions inventory and management, which I note is for the year ended June 23. I mean, and here we are in July 24. I mean, that's quite some considerable time. So I'm just thinking, when do we expect to get, the year we've just finished? Is that another more than 12 months away?
We're looking at having our reporting and auditing, I think, around October, but it does take some time to step through that process to bring together the data, produce the report, have it audited, and then update it following that.
Thank you. And this may not be a question that you can answer. On page 157, it talks about with these waste minimisation grants and how the scope of those has been changed. I just wasn't aware. I know they normally come through to the grant subcommittee, and I wasn't aware that the scope of those grants had been changed. I'm looking at you, Mr. McLean, whether you might know anything about that, or any of my...
No, I don't, but I can find out and come back to you.
My last question is on page 179, where we talk about with the shared parking management principles with the Zero Carbon Alliance, and that we've commenced procurement for an external contractor to work with members to carry out this project in terms of car parking assets for staff and visitors. I'm just, if you could explain a bit more about that, please.
Sure. So that was a priority that was jointly identified by the organisations in the Alliance. It's looking only at the sort of the staff or the organisation's own parking rather than thinking about public parking. And it will be non-binding work, but will help to inform decision making within each organisation. It might overlap with things like car share rollout or fleet optimisation and those kind of things. So hopefully that answers your question.
Yes, maybe. Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Whaley.
Thank you. I'm a tad confused and I just want some clarification. What is the key purpose of this report?
To provide an update on the Zero Carbon Work Programme.
So is this something that we're doing? What is the purpose of it? Who do we report it to? what's the hierarchy and how this comes together?
I might take that, Councillor. So you'll be aware that we've returned to activity reporting to committees. The zero carbon work is right across the business. So we thought a sort of an omnibus update report on the activity over the past year and bring it to council would be the appropriate first step, and then we can bring subsequent activity reports through. So this is just all of the activity across the business as an update. That's the purpose of the report.
Okay, so I'm quite confused by some of the data. Like, for example, as we're going through it, we're measuring people's carbon footprint from working from home, and that's being measured here. And we're looking on one page that says, to continue a better line with the updated ISO standard, the following emission sources being investigated for inclusion in DCC inventory. Cloud-based IT services emissions. Can you expand that for me? I'm just really confused why we would be counting cloud IT services.
So DCC aims to follow best practice in terms of its emissions reporting, and as per the international standards, it's the ISO standard reference there. So that was updated to broaden organisational reporting globally. So DCC is working to continually improve so that we're definitely meeting best practice.
But is there a need to go to that level of detail? Because I'm just really, the amount of energy that staff are spending to get to the minutiae to that level, I just find quite worrisome, to be honest.
That is in line with the ISO standard and the DCC's zero carbon policy. I don't believe that particular emission source would necessarily be that much work. Rory might want to add to that.
I guess the context of that is we use Microsoft as our cloud-based provider. They basically generate a report which says, here's what you use, here's all the places around the world that the electricity was generated from, where the servers are. Investigating it has been having a look at that report, kind of scratching our head so far. That's about it. We're not really spending a lot of time on it. One update that I can say is that the cloud-based services, I think, are based in New Zealand now, so it's a lower electricity source, lower emissions electricity source. So that in itself is not something we're spending an inordinate amount of time on. It's just something that Microsoft kind of offered that information. We had a look at it. We haven't decided any further than that.
Okay, thank you for that. And then I look at travel, and on page 111 and 112, and there's reference to saying, people sharing a vehicle and travelling to Christchurch for a conference and carpooling. And as I was going through that in my head, I was going, okay, so 3 people hop in a EV, take off to Christchurch, and a 6-hour drive with a break and 6-hour drive back. And I'm thinking, versus hopping on a plane, flying to Christchurch for a 2-day conference, there's an imbalance between cost of staff time and length away versus the emissions generated on a flight to Christchurch. But I don't see any of that being weighed up in any way. And is that being weighed up across the organisation?
That's the exact kind of trade-offs that people across the business consider around staff time and practicality of those kind of things. It is listed there as an example for the exact reasons you described. It's often incredibly challenging for staff to drive to and from Christchurch, for instance. So yes, those considerations, other balancing factors in terms of work requirements are absolutely considered by staff making decisions and how they'll travel.
Okay, thank you. And looking at a 25% reduction in air travel by 2026-27, is that the number of journeys as such? Because and I'll use an example. So I would be thinking, a little bit of research I did last night, a 747 flying across the Atlantic from London to New York uses 10 tonnes of fuel per hour. A 787 flying the same route only uses 5 tonnes of fuel per hour. So in theory, if you hopped on a 787, you're going to be saving 50% of your emissions straight off the bat. So I'm trying to work this through of, are we telling staff, by the way, we're now going to, based on the 2022 level, we're going to reduce your travel or your desire to travel by 25% more?
I'll get this one because it's a slightly different issue. Staff travel, and as Rory said, it's all linked. And so air travel generally costs a bit of money. We are trying to, so there's a budgetary constraint that we're looking at. We can now do a whole lot of things differently than face to face. So where we can, we do virtual meetings. So there's a whole range of factors that go into it. International travel is severely limited, and it's on an exceptions basis that international travel is approved, for example. So most of this we're looking at is domestic travel, and we have to weigh it all up. And so all of our budgets are constrained, and we still have a carbon lens as well.
Okay, thank you for that example. Or that explanation. I struggle as Chair of Economic Development and know that we have to go out there and sell our city, and it does mean a lot of face-to-face, especially international, plus doing business.
So what I would say is that the folk who are travelling internationally are most likely in the economic development area, or occasionally where there is a clear business need. For example, art gallery staff have operational requirements that mean they need to travel in here to collect paintings or do various things, and so that happens. So we make it operational decisions, so we are not impacting our ability to do business, but we are just testing. If we get a request for conference for 3 people to go, we test whether 3 people need to go for a range of reasons, for example.
Thank you.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow up on the supporting businesses around carbon zero and just how it's happening. I have experience from being in the tourism industry, and we had a firm come along and present to us, and this was paid for by council, but the real barrier was the actual ability of the small businesses to be able to pay the experts to come in and help them, so everything kind of stopped there. So the experts that are coming and supporting, are they actually being paid to help individual businesses, or paid at that here's how you could do it level?
We took learnings from previous programs such as that one. That's why we're doing it on an individual basis, and it's very targeted because we're aware that every business is unique, and the opportunities within that business will be different. So yes, it's very individualised, and that advice is provided to businesses specifically based on their needs.
So how much, what's the budget for the business support, and does it come down to a blanket, or is it $10,000 for the firm to come in and do this, or is it $500 per business? I'm just looking at the example of what Southland did with their businesses, where businesses I think could apply to have that advice. So I'm just wondering how the businesses are chosen. First of all, what's the cost, and is it an overall cost, or is it a per business cost in the budget for that?
I'm sorry, I don't have the costs off the top of my head. With the pilot, we did talk to a number of businesses, and some were able to participate, some weren't at that point in time. Once we get this report on how the pilot's gone, we'll consider how the rollout goes into the future.
Just checking if you're working with Business South around this. I know that they had they're very concentrated on their carbon positive or negative, better than carbon zero. So I just wondered if they were a partner looking at what Southland does and carrying it over here.
Yes, yes, we spoke with Business South and we've been working with them on the development of the program and intend to continue that as we review the pilot report as well. Yes.
Next, Councillor Gary.
Thank you. Ms Reynolds, I wonder if you had any comment to make. There was an announcement, I think it was this morning's paper, that Air New Zealand has basically scrapped its 2030 climate targets. And I noticed in the report there was on page 182 the bid by the Southern Airport Alliance around hosting Air New Zealand's first zero emissions plane, which we were unsuccessful in. Any comment, any feedback about why we were unsuccessful, and secondly, any comment around that bigger picture, because it's my impression that I'm getting from you is these are all parts of the whole, and they all contribute. So a big organisation like Air New Zealand scrapping, is that going to lead to other organisations, do you think, going down that track?
Firstly, in terms of why the bid was unsuccessful, I'm not sure, but I believe it was in relation to sort of operational needs and those kind of things. In terms of Air New Zealand stopping their target, I think aviation is one of the hardest to address sectors. There's a need for large amounts of energy. You can't afford to have a failure of that fuel system, so it does require technology to address those emissions. What I would say is that is a sign that working on emissions reduction, it's a sign that we need to really double down our efforts in those areas where there's already available solutions, there's already available technologies, we know what to do. It's just a matter of us acting for future generations to bring about those activities and those changes.
So that leads nicely into my next question, which is, how important do you believe behaviour change is going to be in all of this? And I think in earlier debates I've talked about my interaction with behavioural unit at Monash University, and which I found really interesting. How will behaviour change play out in our plans and in our actions?
Absolutely, behaviour change is really important, and I think as we go forward into the 9-year plan process, that's something that my team will be thinking really carefully about. What is the DCC's role in supporting our community to make those changes, and how can we best enable that to bring about that change for future generations?
Thank you. And finally, I am on the board for a large not-for-profit, and I noticed just starting the journey around their carbon footprint. Do you find that there are organisations who perhaps don't fit into the business side, and I did ask about not-for-profits before, for whom, as the Deputy Mayor mentioned, a template or some kind of linking them with appropriate people, because I sense that some of the organisations really struggle to know where to start. So where to start? They know they need to, they want to, but they're not quite sure where to start.
Absolutely. There are some really good, I think it was developed by MB in the government, some really good online templates that are quite interactive, so I'd be happy to share that. In terms of the business support program, where that's an active consideration who will be eligible for any future rollout.
Thank you.
Councillor Hulan.
Thank you. Given the comments around Air New Zealand and their move, are we going to make our 2030? Do you see, in your opinion, that we have enough, that with what we're doing we will be able to on track to meet it?
There's definitely complexities with our target. It's something that we would probably like to explore with the advisory panel once that's established. We spoke yesterday at a councillor workshop around the government's emissions reduction plan and the approach, and our 2030 plan did include assumptions of what the government was doing at that point in time, so we are actively reviewing that at the moment.
Right. We appear to have covered all questions. Thank you very much. Okay, that being the case, we have a report for noting. Does someone particularly want to note it? No? In which case yes, Councillor Gary, you want to note it?
Yeah, I'm happy to move.
Very good. And seconder, Councillor Benson-Pope. So, would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
I would. This piece of work is huge, and I welcomed the very detailed update of many pages, and I read every single one of them because there is a large volume of work going on. We made that plan to do an annual plan and a 9-year plan, and one of the unintended consequences of that is that we've had to delay our decision, or we have delayed our decision around high and medium responses, which will be part of the 9-year plan. It's part of a bigger picture for the city. It's what our organisation is doing in terms of emission reductions. It's very detailed, and the aspect I get out of it is the interrelationship between so many aspects. It is detailed, and there are many moving parts. And I asked the questions about behaviour change because it's something that I find particularly interesting, and there's no doubt that we are going to have to change the way we do things individually, as communities, as a city, and around this table in terms of how we make decisions and approach this piece of work. I want to give a shout out to the Zero Carbon team. We are incredibly fortunate, and it's the second time I've said it today, to have the expertise that we have in that team of that calibre, and the work and the depth of the work that they are doing. And it's our decisions around this table that either allow that work to continue at pace, or to continue slowly. So we need to remember our part in the decision making. But I thank them for their work and look forward to the next decision that we can make to support this really important work in the current world we live in, where climate change is part of our everyday life.
Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to follow on very briefly from my colleague, in the context of what we've been interrogating today and what we heard yesterday at the briefing, I think this support for all of our staff, but this component of our workforce is even more important. They are working at our request and direction on very difficult targets to achieve. They are very complex issues, and they're also working in a wider New Zealand-wide context of central government activities and initiatives being counterproductive. And we saw that particular in terms of the emissions or non-emissions reduction proposals yesterday, and also around the Building Act and such like. So I think the wider environment has become more difficult. That's no reason why their work is probably a reason why their work must continue and must accelerate. But it is very important that they are aware of and see palpably support from this table for what they're doing. Thank you.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to congratulate the team, all the DCC team, that was paragraph 14, the IMR confirms the DCC comfortably exceeded its headline emissions target for the period to 30th of June 2023, overall reducing emissions by 27.67% against the 2018 baseline year. That's a great achievement, and I think we should just do a shout out to the entire DCC team right across for all of the work that they've done to reduce the emissions. We live in a concerning time. I think this morning it was all over the radio news that Today, the carbon dioxide levels have reached another new record at the NIWA monitoring site, so it's a bit disappointing, or extremely disappointing, to have heard that on the news on the way in. Then we hear about the Air New Zealand abandoned its 2030 goal. Last month, the world recorded its hottest day. New Zealand's currently projected to miss its target emissions in 2030, although apparently our emissions are down 4.2%. So there's all sorts of different news out there. We had our workshop yesterday about the government changing their emissions reduction plan, which was quite concerning. So it was good to see that the DCC is doing some internal work. I look forward to the report coming soon about the actual zero carbon implementation plan for the whole city, because that was, I guess, some of my questions around what are we doing with businesses, because it's not just up to the DCC to do this great work, it's also up to all of the businesses in the city, and I know how hard it is for businesses. That's why I asked the questions about how are we helping them, because everyone reached that barrier where we had the experts come along, and in a very stressed business environment right now, it's really hard to do that work. So anything that we can do to make it easier for businesses to try and get those quick wins. And I think we really need to focus on the biggest bang for the buck stuff. I think that Councillor Wiley brought up, are we concentrating on small stuff or are we concentrating on big stuff? So I really think we need to focus on that. But anyway, congratulations to the team, because I think when we get good reports like this and we're actually making a difference, that's fantastic. And I'll look forward to, I think it's a report coming later this month with the full zero carbon implementation plan, and we'll see how we're doing on that.
Councillor Wiley.
I'm going to acknowledge the report, but I'm not going to support it for noting. I'm sort of frustrated by the minutiae that this has gone into, and on that basis. And I look at the fact of, first off, as you, it's no surprise, I didn't agree with carbon zero 2030 anyway. And I think when I start looking at some of the detail here, it makes me supportive on that basis. Not surprised. So when I look at what takes place through this, and I put it through the lens of actually council having to do business, but when I learn about the carbon footprint or the count of carbon relating to fertiliser used by parks, I sort of struggle. What is the key issue here? The key issue is actually worrying about our transport waste, those critical elements. Public transport. We can see that on the chart that clearly identifies what our key emissions are. And again, when I start hearing about cloud computing and cloud-based subscription models and having to count those emissions, I'm sorry. I think that's way above and beyond. When I also look at the fact that around this table I've heard support for direct flights to Australia and things like that. Those are things that are critically important to the city, but yet that would actually negate and send us backwards with those sort of projects. And I'm like going, we can't have our cake and eat it too. We have to look after the wider population. And yes, great to see some of those things happening. And the part of working from home and we're counting the emissions, I'm sorry, some of it just goes beyond me. And but I do acknowledge the amount of work that was done there. Actually, I found it quite interesting to see what the students had done over the summer, the 4 different projects that were acknowledged and things like that. But, yeah, I won't support it.
Councillor O'Malley. At this point, I just have to say, we've been an hour on this, and we've got 12 items to go. It's going to be a very late night. At current rate of progress, that makes it 3 in the morning. So I just think we need to try and keep things concise, councillors, if we're going to finish. Well, I don't know if we'll finish in the daylight, but it depends what hour you want to finish. Anyway, Councillor O'Malley,
Lickety split,
take it
Mr.
away.
Mayor. I am going to be brief. So my main issue really is a lot of the activities that we're performing inside the council that meet the objectives of Carbon Zero 2030 are being performed by units that are already doing action. So if you look at waste environmental solutions and the diversion of green waste from the landfill, that was an activity that was already going on inside the unit. I brought up the inter-regional transport because that's activity that's going on at the Regional Transport Committee as well. So my main concern really is that we're not duplicating activities. and whether or not we're communicating correctly across from one place to the other. But other than that, I want to thank the team for what they're doing. But it is actually quite literally a waste of money if parallel activities are going on and the cross communication isn't there. So I'm looking for. Want to see those reports for one thing, and also how they relate to the work that's going on with the units that are already doing their own work as well. Thank you.
And I'll just thank the team for the actual measurement that they've put into DCC emissions. I think that's important to give us that baseline for us. But of course, the wider community is where most emissions are, so that's a slightly different kettle of fish. Anyway, well done. Councillor Houlihan, have you...
Thank you. I just want to say I think it's a real shame that our Chair of Economic Development can't support this. I agree with Councillor Barker. I think one of the biggest areas that we can get movement is around supporting business and helping them get their head around this. But there's a lot of people that perhaps aren't doing it initially right now, and part of that is because, like we said before, a lot of them don't actually know how to. So I think if we can help work with business to say, this is how you actually work out what your emissions are, this is how you work out, okay, if I do this, this is how I can negate that. And those steps, if they know clearly how to do it, I think that has to help. Then they've got a choice, they either do it or not, or don't. But what's going to happen, I was at a talk the other day at the Institute of Directors, and it was, oh no, not the Institute, sorry, well, anyway, it was at a function. And what was really interesting is that one of the guys who talked about Sainsbury's in London, and he said he was the chair of Silverfern Farms. I've told the story before, but he was saying they wanted to buy their products because of the fact that they had a zero carbon on their products, and it was a huge attraction for people buying products. Now, business, the consumers are going to lead this, and they're going to be asking all the time, we want products that are carbon neutral, and business, a lot of businesses are actually way ahead of us. So I think we'll often find that a lot of businesses know that, and they're already out to fix that. So we could probably actually learn a lot from business, to be honest. And I think a collaboration where we work together and learn from each other on what is best to do, we could do really well. And as a small city, we have an advantage that we don't have as much to do as really large cities, and it is doable. And if we can achieve this, it's a selling point. It's a unique selling point for us when we're exporting, and it could bring in a lot of dollars to our city. So from an economic point of view, it's a big one.
Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Like other speakers, I just want to congratulate and acknowledge the small team that has been taken on this massive piece of work. I do think it's unfortunate that we are focusing, or some of us are focusing on the minutiae. What this carbon zero work requires us to do, because we adopted it, or we started to evolve it because we declared a climate emergency in 2019, and that's as a result of lobbying and advocacy by primarily our young people and our community who want us to take this seriously. Carbon change requires us to focus not only on economic well-being but also cultural, social, and I can't remember the four, sorry, but environmental. Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's all connected. This is this operation, not just the carbon zero, but all the stuff that we are strategically undertaking, is actually demanding of us a change of culture, the change of the way we have lived. And so with the amazing technological and whatever innovation that we're so proud of technologically, we actually need to take a good hard look at the way our institutions practice. And I just, again, under big pressure because they're so small, and I would advocate for expanding the team, give them more money and get more people. But it's urgent, like there's 6 years to go. And like, we're really proud of being the wildlife capital of the nation, but we also need to continue the innovation in this way. So kia ora to the team.
Your right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's been mentioned that we need to show visible support from governance to the team, and we need to encourage our DCC staff in this work. We were the ones that asked for the activity reports, so let's not complain when we get them and they're more detailed than we expected. We shouldn't be complacent, even though we have seen reductions in emissions. It is something to be pleased about, but we can't take our foot off the pedal, and excuse the pun. New Zealand government's approach is very problematic at the moment, and we saw that in the workshop yesterday around the emissions reduction plan and the approach that government's taking. So the work is of even more importance. It's important to the community, the business and the not-for-profit, and that's true. I think some of our people in those areas are ahead of the game, others are not quite sure how to get started, but what I see is a will and an expectation that this is work that everyone should be and are doing, and I was fascinated by the fact that the auditor expects to see evidence of this as we go forward. So it's part of normal practice. It's all part of a bigger picture, all of these small elements, and we follow best practice, and this is evidence-based. So we can't ignore it. We can't be blind to what is required of us in the world we're living in at the moment. And you're right, Councillor O'Malley, there are interrelationships across the organisations, and I have confidence that the team is adhering to those and developing those. And Councillor Houlihan, you're right, and I'll speak as Deputy Chair of Economic Development. The pitch that we have, the point of difference, is around our leadership on this, and it's a point of difference in terms of selling overseas and nationally. And we're always proud of Dunedin being first or leading the way. We should be putting our backs into this. Councillor Lefiso talked about where this started from, the climate emergency, and the interconnectedness between all of the elements of wellbeing and the need for a change of culture, and that brings me right back to my comments about behaviour change, and she also talked about how urgent it is. I want to end by just echoing the sentiment around the table, which was to congratulate the Zero Carbon team. I want particularly to single out Ms Reynolds as the acting manager leading the team for the extraordinary amount of work that she and her team have done, and how focused and conscientious they are. I know there's an awful lot of work that goes on beyond business hours. So I think we should be very pleased about this. There's so much more to do, and the time to back our people is when we come to make the next lot of decisions.
Very good. So I'll put the motion that we note the reports. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? No. Noted? Recorded. Yeah, thank you. Item number 11. Of 11 remaining. Approval to make the district plan 2GP partially operative. We have Ms Johnson and Mr Ward. Are there any opening comments? Come back. Dr Johnson, yes. So, sorry Dr Johnson. Do you have any opening comments?
I would just like to say the report is not probably particularly exciting to read, but it's very exciting for me to be here presenting this report to you. So I just want to note it's been a very long journey since 2015, and so I'm very glad to have gotten to this point.
Great. No questions? One. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
The Gordon Road floodway, I thought that was imminently to be resolved, and I was just surprised to see that. I thought it had been resolved, but imminent, and I thought, well, it's not worth waiting for that to be resolved to then make this operative.
So the Gordon Road floodway has been in mediation. Mediations are confidential, so I can't really share much information, but certainly it's well progressed.
So is each of these outstanding appeals resolved, then that part of the plan then becomes operative from now on? Is that how it works?
So when plan provisions are beyond appeal, then they are deemed operative. So as each of these remaining appeals gets resolved, they're deemed operative, but the next formal step is to ask you to make the plan fully operative.
Great. Okay. Councillor Vincent Pope. I'll move. Yeah, move. Okay, so moved. I'll second that. And do you want to say something?
Yes, we've had a chain of congratulatory comments about staff. I think nowhere is this more appropriate than for the planning team. And I feel qualified to make that comment as the last standing member of the two GP commissioners, not apologising for anything that was produced by that group. The list shows just how much is still outstanding, but compared with what's been the water that has gone under the bridge, that is nothing. And I think it will be a great help for those writing reports on resource consents henceforth for, in many areas, there only to be one operative plan and not two sets of recommendations and analyses of whatever the implications of whatever the request is. So I'm happy to move the preferred option and doing so congratulating a large number of people on an even larger achievement.
Yes, I'll echo those comments, and I think what a good idea to move that we make it operative with a few outstanding appeals to go, and not that many at that. So, well done, Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly look forward to, as RMA Commissioner, to have one set of plans to refer to. It will be wonderful. I want to acknowledge the work of the commissioners, and for those of you unaware of who they were, who were the commissioners who sat on the 2GP panel, former councillors Hawkins, McTavish and Wilson, and Councillor Benson Pope were commissioners on that panel. It was a massive amount of work over a very, very long time, and I know a huge piece of work for the team. Dr Johnson, you've done an amazing job leading that, so full credit to you and your team, and we've arrived in a very, very good place.
Thank you, Councillor O'Malley.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I also want to congratulate the team, and I actually want to make a point because as designated authority for the city, I'm sitting in on some of these appeals, that the quality of the team's activities during the appeal process and writing this district plan, and generally speaking when they write the 42A reports, is exceptional. And I think it really is something that we need to know. We have a very, very high quality team operating in this council, and it's one of the reasons that we're actually getting to this point where that list is actually going to get a lot shorter very soon, actually, that we're getting very near the end of the whole process.
Wonderful. Having said that, do you want to say any more? Very good. I'll put the motion that we approve the 2GP as operative. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 12 of 10. The 9-year plan process. The Chief will speak to it or answer any questions if anyone has any. Do you have any opening comments, Chief?
Very shortly, quickly if I may. So apologies from Ms Bodecker and the CFO, they're both unwell, and so I'll do my best. What I would say is this is just outlining the process we propose for the 9-year plan, which includes a separate forward work program for the 9-year plan, which will come as a monthly update report, so we can monitor progress against what you will see as a reasonably heavy workload both for staff and elected members over the coming months.
Very
Happy
good.
to take questions.
Any questions? Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Is the intention, Chief, that very long list of reports and or possible workshops will be staggered between now and the end of the calendar year, so that both from staff and from councillors' perspective?
So we have Sharon is working on ganting it all up in a Gantt chart because there are many dependencies. So yes, that is the intention, but there will be some intense periods of work for both staff and for councillors because some have deadlines that are pre-Christmas that will enable the January papers to be produced.
Councillor Barker?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick question. I know there's 2 periods where there's option reports happening, and my challenge is, are these going to be minimal decision making? If you get what I mean, is like we should be making, in my opinion, we should be making all of the major decisions at once so we can do trade-offs which will be necessary. So given there's 2 lots of option reports, are these simple option reports and then the difficult decisions later?
Some of them are, if I could say, are words option reports, so that we can get a sense of an item that council might like words on, so we can get the consultation document underway. So one of the ones, for example, that might fit in there is council's intention around, there's a resolution around single-use cups and consulting on that as part of the 9-year plan. Now that won't necessarily, because that's about a citywide rollout of that initiative, that won't necessarily impact on our budgets, but getting agreement from council about the wording and what the intention is for that would be one of those option reports, for example.
So we did a lot of work up until February this year for the LTP. So are we able to rinse and reuse much of that work?
Anything we can rinse and repeat, we are. Or just a quick update, and we've the work program will be staggered to reflect that. So very soon you'll be starting to see some of the rinse and repeat type of reports with an update for the last 9 months.
And the other thing, we did some early engagement last year, and that was, I think, the 2nd year in a row that we'd done it. And I just wondered whether there'd been any feedback from the community about whether they found that useful.
I'll throw to Mr. West.
No, not specifically, but I think probably reflected in the types and the volume of submissions and where they're coming from in different media is probably encouraging.
Certainly is our plan to try pre-engagement again this time, as much as a way of flagging things that we know are topics that we have to consult on because of various decisions that have already been made, for example.
So given we have a bunch of stuff that we are going to consult on and various things, is that going to be mixed in with a very consultation? I'm just concerned about people's consultation overload.
And so are we, and so that's one of the, and when Sharon is ganting it up, there'll be a consultation kind of series of dependencies, so yes. But for example, water service delivery plans require consultation, whatever that is. So we think, and we'll bring something to council to suggest that pre-engagement, just to tell the community that it's coming, because they may not even know what a water services delivery plan is. So we think throwing something like that out, be prepared that in January you will be asked to think about, 5 different things about water, for example, or 4.
And would that be a good time also for the community to signal if they were going to ask for anything cash in the long-term plan, which could be then come in as reports for decision making in January?
We've got, as you can see, 40 odd reports, and many of those have financial implications. I'd have to think about whether there is an opportunity for community to provide input. I guess the mechanism for that would be when council considers pre-engagement feedback. If there is anything they want, if anything council wants, then consider further work done on. But that would have to be weighed up, I would suggest, in line with the grants review as well, because while you're reviewing grants, it would be hard to then potentially give more money. But again, that'll be, and so that's what I'm thinking. Anyone got any? Yeah. So that's where I think that would be.
Councillor Wiley.
Thank you. Page 216, we have a table of reports and or possible workshops for the 9-year plan. I take it under economic development, there will also be the economic development strategy and destination plan included in that area?
This isn't a comprehensive list, so yes, and I think they may even be in the this list. If you look in there, I haven't cross-referenced them, I'm sorry.
And the other question I have is number 12 on that page under galleries, libraries and museums, around my notice of motion and consider entry charges at Toy Tour and the Art Gallery. Just want to check, that's going to be an independent report, or is that report going to be written by staff?
But no, the notice of motion didn't ask for it to be independent, I didn't think. And so, but what I would say is staff will provide free, frank and fair advice that will provide all options, so it won't be partial.
Very good. Councillor Gary.
Very small point, but I did send an email to Ms Bodecker, but as she's not here, just want to check this with you, Chief. On page 220, under Transport, the Peninsula Connection unfunded section, as opposed to sections, plural, which I know seems a very minor point, and it's on page 217 as well. It does matter to the community. Could that be corrected?
Sure, Ms Bodecker had mentioned that to me. Apologies, I should have spoken to that.
That's okay. And my other point I made, and I see, you know, why you've got a generic timing there, but the resolution for that report's December, and I imagine that will show later down the track.
May or may not, but because once we do the dependencies, it may be that we say, well, the council date for this was December, because of all the other things, as to Councillor Barker's point, it is now coming in January with all of the capital reports. I'm not saying that will happen, but we do need to work out the dependencies of the infrastructure strategy, all those other things. But you will certainly get a report in time for the 9-year plan on the unfunded sections.
But currently there is a resolution on the books. Yeah,
absolutely there is. But at the same time, there are 40 other reports coming that all need to be just. I'm thinking of workload as well. So it will, but you will get your report.
Councillor Mayhew.
Just in our last 10-year plan deliberation, in the annual plan deliberation, we told the Orokonui Eco Sanctuary to come back in the 10-year plan cycle. I wonder if we could add the Eco Sanctuary into other.
That is you suggested that they come back as part of the submitting to council about what they want, I thought. So that's, yeah. And then there's the grants review as well. So there's no staff report that I can think we could provide on that.
Okay. Councillor O'Malley.
Just looking at how comprehensive the list is for transport, waste and Three Waters. Well, Three Waters is future of Three Waters, so that's pretty broad. Smooth Hill is the only thing in the waste. So what about facilities at Green Island to support recycling and stuff like that? Is that because we've got stuff that's already funded and therefore it's not on the list? Is that why? Okay.
That's why, and Smooth Hill has some particular considerations that council will have to make. Oh, sorry.
That
wasn't me that time.
That stuff is not necessarily funded at the moment or needs some funding change or something, but otherwise the list is longer. Good, thank you.
And I would say that some of these are summarised, slightly aggregated up because there are elements within some of those topics that are non-public. So this was so we could have a public forward work programme, but there'll be elements within Smooth Hill, for example, when you break it out, will be non-public.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Just to Councillor Wiley's question, and on that forward work programme, because we don't actually mention the refresh of the 4 strategies, and I'm just wondering, looking at Ms Moran, whether they need to go in, that should feed into that as well, just that we capture everything in the one document. I'm just wondering whether that's helpful.
Can I test with council on that one? Because I think the strategies are on the council forward work programme, as opposed to 9-year plan, or SPEC maybe. And so I guess it's where we want them. We'll double up too much because then we got into an absolute mess last time, if you remember. We had things in multiple places. Councillor Barker, if I might, Mr Mayor, do you have a preference for where the strategic refresh shows?
It's a little, I guess it was, SPEC was the oversight, but it also does fit in with the timeline of the LTP. So if we were going to Gantt everything up, then you kind of want to put it in there because there are dependencies about getting those outcomes sorted with the levels of service stuff in there. Okay, cool.
Well, we will add that into this and then look to an appropriate note on the spec forward work program that covers that off as well.
That's how I just think if the Gantt's got everything on it, and then it can still report into spec, which is where I think that was all my thinking. Yeah.
Rightio. We've covered questions. Therefore, I'll move that we note the 9-year plan process report. Seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. I don't think there's anything to say on that. The questions have covered it, and so it's all ready to go. Does anyone else want anything to say? No. Therefore, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. On to item number 13, which is 10 on our countdown list. So, because I said the previous one was, but I hadn't actually numbered from the bottom, and I've done that now. So, this is number 10 on the countdown. DCC submission on the draft minerals strategy. I've got a...
I see the GSO has your paragraph amendment.
Yes.
Done.
And so I'd like, well, yes, I'd like to propose a small change for one of the paragraphs, which is paragraph 13 on page 232. Then we'll put that up on the screen. So that it, and the whole point of this is to not rule out coal mining altogether, absolutely, but anything that produces net high emissions, because who knows what the future of coal might be. They could, it's a great source of carbon, could be used for making solar cells, or who knows what. So, in line with, but burning coal, continued reliance on burning coal is absolutely contrary to climate emissions reduction targets.
I can just clarify, Mr Mayor, by way of process, what Mr Mayor is moving is the draft submission with paragraph 13 amended as such. So that's what you're moving, Mr Mayor?
Correct. Yeah, we're coming to questions now. Firstly, I was just explaining what and why. So, questions?
My question is, this goes entirely against DCC's policy and stated position. So how would we introduce this, given other conversations we've had, and policy and position is that what it talked about earlier urges that the strategy phases out coal mining, not just the low emission, the high emission, some. So this is I couldn't possibly support this. This is totally in opposition to Council's overall position.
Well, what I would say is Mr Mayor has moved from the chair the draft submission with the following amendment. It's for Council to determine if they wish to support the submission as amended or move something different.
And I'll just say that our thing is to reduce emissions, and so if such mining is in the purpose of reducing emissions, then why would that not be considered? And I don't know that there is any at the moment. Hang on, I'm speaking, so just hang on there. Who knows what the future may hold? So I'm just ruling it out.
Well, I don't know what the future may hold, but I do know what the council's policy is, and I'm questioning the ruling that the chief executive just made that that a council policy can be changed by changing a submission without changing the policy. And I certainly can't support that because it is in direct conflict to other policy decisions that have been made about the use of coal.
Just so I can be clear, if I might, I didn't say this was a change in council policy. So let me be really clear. This is a change in wording of a proposed submission. And the council policy on coal mining, no one has been able to point us in that direction. So
Well, just on that matter, we had a presentation within the last week that had a slide, or a number of slides, which detailed our position, established position, in terms of the use of coal. And that's pretty unequivocal. We can probably all find them on the hub, and the suggestion in that slide is in direct conflict with the position that was presented by staff on that matter.
I don't think so. From my point of view, it is all about reducing emissions. So mining, reducing emissions. So anyway, Councillor O'Malley, a question.
Do we have any evidence of coal mines in New Zealand that reduce emissions? Because I think the point would be that at the moment we're using coal mining as a definitive activity rather than a lignite deposit in a mountain you get stuff out from, because you are quite correct, you could purify the carbon from it and not combust it, and that wouldn't contribute to carbon CO2 production. But to the best of my knowledge, our coal mines are all used for the purpose of burning.
Correct.
So why pick up a intellectual point that in fact doesn't describe any activity that's going on right now?
Because who knows what the future holds, and we want to make a blanket ban on something that may have potential, that's all.
I think if we ended up, well, I guess we'll get to debate on the point. We have to vote this down, right, in order to carry on?
Yep, but Mr Mayor, as from the chair, is moving this. Procedurally he can, because it's not effectively changing a council policy, but it is putting our view in a submission to government.
There is no policy that we know that's been able to be produced.
To answer Councillor O'Malley's question, the council can choose to, someone might like to move an amendment that reinserted the original paragraph 13, for example.
Subsequential amendment.
No, it could be done as an amendment as well. It's 6 of 1.
It's 6 of 1 over, isn't it? Right. Councillor.
I just foreshadow that I'd like to move that if this gets voted down.
Yep. Councillor Hurley.
Can I just ask where it's got, I'll put my glasses on, I can't see it from here. Phase out coal mining, and then it's got crossed out a renounce increase in coal exports. I mean, are you trying to suggest by that you think we might have an influx of exporting coal or something? What? I don't quite understand that. What is meant by that?
The clause that is inserted is that produces net high emissions. So we urge that the strategy phases out coal mining that produces net high emissions.
But you've
that all coal mining currently does produce net high emissions.
Right. And
However,
now
the possibility exists that coal mining might be used for some other purpose, as Councillor O'Malley pointed out, such as production of carbon for some other use.
Are you not wanting us to say that we're against coal exports? Is that why you're crossing?
It's included. I mean, coal mining that produces net high emissions is what exports is all about, so same difference. It just makes that redundant.
Yeah. I'm just trying to work out why we'd say that. Right.
It's just keeping it concise. It's the same, there's no difference. But there's a possibility that coal mining could be done for something useful that reduces emissions. Anyway, do we have any other questions on the submission? Councillor Wiley.
Just a question regarding the overall submission. So I take it the key point that I'm looking at here is prioritise mining for the mineral necessary for clean energy transition only, while minerals to enable decarbonisation is mentioned in the introduction. There are no specific targets or actions for these. So noting the impact of Oceana Gold has on Dunedin, would this letter be contrary to if a mine or a site the size of Oceana Gold was discovered within our city boundary?
Sorry, I'm contemplating a response to that, Councillor. The intent of the note there is just that the commentary had come through around circular economy and the use of minerals, and we were just trying to amplify that point that we're looking for that clean energy transition. I think it would depend on the nature of the facility that was to be stood up and its use of energy, its production and use of energy.
Yeah, that's why I use the example of Oceana Gold. If that was moved in, if that was discovered in our boundary, would we be supporting, based on this letter, would we be supporting that find and the mining to take place?
Difficult question for me to answer here. I think that would be a function of the provisions of that facility and the intent of our points in this letter around tutility obligations, protection of the catchments, and the overall economic benefits of that facility.
Thank you, if I may. I'm just referring to the slides that were mentioned before around coal. So I've found those, and that was during the workshop on this particular submission. So the reference to coal is, and I'll read it verbatim, is the DCC's zero carbon plan aims for all coal use within the city to be phased out by 2030. It doesn't mention mining for coal, it's just coal use within the city.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor O'Malley.
I actually do want to get back to that point as well, because at the moment it says we'll mine only for clean energy transition only. So maybe if you use gold in a circuit for a clean energy transition car, you can use gold, but we're not allowed to use it for jewellery. We wouldn't be allowed to mine anything that we wear on our body as decoration, as a mineral, because if it doesn't go to clean energy transition, then it looks like we're not supporting it. Just want to be clear on that one, because
could be used to pay for clean energy.
Well, what I'm really getting at is gems. So we're saying no gems. Is that what we? I don't think we are saying that, are we? Or are we saying that? We're saying all mining is bad, except for clean. Now, mining is environmentally damaging and has a lot of negatives to it. But we also would be quite hypocritical if we didn't look on the gold on my watch, the other such things, that we are actually taking ourselves products of mining, they're using it on an everyday basis, which is an additional argument to what it's doing to carbon neutrality, that's all. I think if the word only went out, we wouldn't be then saying we couldn't go after anything else so long as we met the environmental outcomes.
Yeah, the core of our previous submission from a few weeks ago is that we're going for net reduction in emissions.
Yeah, but this is mining, of which this is a subset of the mining activities. And are we saying that we don't want any mining unless it's for clean energy transition only? Well, it says prioritise, it doesn't say prohibit or but.
And if I may, through the chair, please, I think the point we're trying to make there is around the targets. In the way you characterise the use of the extracted mineral, I think it's more around, if we're looking at the same bullet, it's just making the point there are no specific targets or actions.
Councillor Helene.
Thank you. So following on from that, can we just get a clarification if, say, and actually I think there possibly is, if there's a huge find of gold in this area, and we've had a company who've already said there's a lot of gold around, and we support this, does that make it difficult for that to be excavated, or, you know, to have a huge gold rush in our area, or are we just banning coal? What are we agreeing to here? Can we get a clarification? Like, if we agree to any changes to this or the way it's worded in this whole submission, are we banning full out any future mining of anything.
Again, through the chair, if I may, please. The intent of the submission is to commend the work in terms of their mineral stocktake, but also then to note Dunedin's particular concerns in a constructive way. It's not binary in terms of what's included or excluded. It's just commentary on what we believe should be considered as the strategy is developed.
To me, reading the strategy, it's got three parts to it: enhancing prosperity for New Zealanders, demonstrating the sector's value, and delivering minerals for a clean energy transmission. I mean, that's my reading of it. Anyway, question, Councillor Wiley.
I guess what makes me question this is when I look under the draft mineral strategy for New Zealand, page 5 of that report, 240 of 401 of our papers. There's a chart, a diagram of New Zealand with new mineral opportunities. And so if I look at that and I look at heavy mineral sands, and then I look at vanadium and titanium, if those were either discovered within our city boundary under this, what we're submitting on, I don't see either of those being supportive of clean energy transition, but they're important to our economy and global economy. So that's where I'm sort of seeing the...
Thank you, Councillor. And again, I think the commentary is more around how that might be measured and any targets associated with that particular mineral and the role it plays and whether it can contribute to a clean circular economy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it does talk about demonstrating the sector's value, and one of the things they're looking to mine is hydrogen. That would be, you know, quite amazing. Anyway, Councillor Benson-Pope.
I think the debate about coal is a separate, and that change is a separate issue from the submission itself. And I was of the feeling that this was a moderate and sensible response to some potentially quite damaging suggestions. And I'm looking at point 7 in the context of one of the ministers involved in these initiatives having recently talked about us mining our way back to prosperity. I'm looking at 7(1), which reads improved data on New Zealand's mineral resources, including the assessment of challenges and opportunities of extracting deep sea minerals. Now, we all know the sensitivity of deep sea mining and the extractive processes that have happened in the North Island, many of which are being appealed. Every bit as bad as bottom trawling, which is still seriously limited. And I think the response to things like that are entirely appropriate for a city like ours that talks about the importance of wildlife, what's killing yellow hoiho and so on, right? And so I think the work of the staff in producing the draft is to be commended. I don't support suggestions that soften our previously existing attitude to the burning of coal or its extraction to be burnt elsewhere in terms of the emissions that are caused. That is not compatible with our wider strategies that we've just been discussing in terms of carbon emissions. You can't have both. So am I off the beam with that concern about the wider environmental things? Coal aside, different argument.
On the whole, I don't believe so, Councillor. I think, again, thank you for your comments on this is meant to be a constructive and pragmatic response in relationship to the proposed strategy and an opportunity to express the views of Council as were determined through our recent workshop.
Thank you. Right, we've covered questions. Got everyone? Up. Councillor Gary.
So, Mr Mayor, I'm very confused why this has come for me, this has come out, well, it really hasn't come out of left field because it backs up something you said recently. But this didn't come up at the workshop. And when you were delivering to the select committee, speaking at the select committee, I think it was at the end of April, you were asked a question specifically about coal mining, and you replied to it that you wouldn't necessarily rule out new coal mines. And so I'm just wondering why suddenly, given Council's position or documents and all the submissions we've done to date, which have not strayed into that area of coal mining in terms of allowing new coal mines or some use of coal and not others, why this sudden amendment?
It's not sudden because I'd answered that at the Select Committee. Now, the point that they were making at the Select Committee was to say, is it a blanket ban on all coal mining?
I'm asking you why this has come up. It didn't come up in the workshop.
Yeah, but it wasn't, well, we hadn't seen this in the workshop. And so the blanket ban on all coal mining. And so the point being that it may be that coal can be used to reduce net emissions. And I don't know the future. I was not suggesting at all that we stop mining coal, that we promote coal for burning at all. And what I've written here makes that very clear, that coal for burning produces a lot of emissions, but coal for some other purpose may be used for some other purpose that actually reduces net emissions because it is a great source of carbon and readily available and relatively inexpensive. So I don't know what the future holds. All I'm saying is that I don't like the idea as an overarching principle that coal mining is bad and should never be done, because their main use at the moment is burning, but at future use may include something that, such as building a solar panel, that may help reduce net emissions. And so I'm not saying we should be promoting burning carbon, burning coal. In fact, I'm saying the opposite of that. I'm saying, yes, anything that produces high emissions and burning coal, we should oppose, absolutely. And after all, we only have a policy on use of coal, of burning coal in Dunedin, not about mining coal for some other purpose. And so, you know, it just allows the possibility that something may happen. As a general thing, I don't think it's good to narrow in on some specific field of endeavour that's no use at that's producing a lot of emissions at the moment, and say everything to do with that is wrong. It's only the actual purpose of what the coal is used for. Coal in itself is not bad. It's just a lump of material under the ground or wherever it might be. It's not inherently bad. It's the use you put it to. So coal could be put to some net emissions reducing purpose. That's my point.
I guess we'll find out if it's Council's view or not when we vote.
So my point is not to vilify the material, but vilify the use of it, and allow the possibility that some better use could be found for it.
Just a procedural question, actually, in terms of where we are and what we're talking about, because we've moved to some other points and then we've come back to 13 again. Are we debating the amendment on 13 now, or are we doing the whole item?
So it's not an amendment because Mr Mayor has moved it as the substantive motion. I haven't kept track of whether or not he has a seconder.
So I'd like to move that motion, including my amendment. Is there a seconder for that? So, Councillor Ackland. There we go. So there you go, a mover and seconder with that minor change to point 13 that allows...
I guess the term, because now my question is, now that that's the motion, if we don't consider that a minor change, how do we vote against it, and then what do we do next if the majority vote against it? Does the whole thing go down and then we have to bring it back up, or...?
You've notified a subsequent motion with an amended clause. Back to that.
I think, if I may, procedurally, the cleanest way, I think, provided the remaining however many clauses in the submission are everyone's okay with them, is to debate just this clause, I think, because otherwise then you voted down the whole thing. So my suggestion would be procedurally that if someone has different wording for, is it paragraph 13? 13. That they move that as an amendment, and you vote on the amendment first, which would be the procedure.
Okay.
But excuse me, Chief Executive, 13 hasn't been changed. The Mayor's moved that be deleted, and that's been seconded.
Yes, but that then becomes the substantive submission. So he has put, that has been included in the submission. So if you read A, approves the draft submission with the following amendment. So it's what's in your order paper, but with paragraph 13 changed to be that. And that's been seconded, so that becomes the substantive motion. No, but you don't have to. So if someone wants to move an amendment to the substantive motion, by replacing paragraph 13 with something else, that can be done now.
Except that standing orders don't allow amendments that are a direct negative of what's been moved. And if we like what's there, wouldn't it be possible to vote just on that deletion in that paragraph and clear the air one way or another, with or without coal smoke, and then approve the whole submission?
You could do it that way, but as it's written at the minute, I can check with the Mayor, the mover and the seconder, but they have moved the entire submission with that in it. Are you happy to move just the paragraph, Mr. Mayor?
Well, it'd be good to resolve the paragraph. It's 6 of one, half dozen the other, as far as I'm concerned. Sorry?
It would be better to move, just deal with this item, your change first, and then go back to what was originally in the submission.
Okay, so you just want to have this, put this in.
Yes. So they can.
Yes, it's only, they only can't move something that is. Is your microphone on? There is just checking.
We take 5
And
minutes.
I'll tell you why, because if it hasn't been, we're just checking, if it hasn't been passed, then the amendment can be a direct negative. If it has been passed, it can't be, the subsequent motion. So we're just checking the procedure. So it will have to be an amendment, I think, to the paragraph 13 as it's written before the substantive motion is decided. But I'm just checking.
All those favour of 5 minutes?
Yes, because you need to take the amendment.
So I move that we extend the meeting beyond 6 hours, and hopefully not, well, it'll be interesting to see how far beyond. Seconded, Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Okay, so I've withdrawn that amendment and, well, the substantive motion that I was moving with the agreement of the seconder. So, Councillor O'Malley, do you want to move the original?
Yes, yes, I'd like to move
submission.
the original. Yep.
Okay. Seconded. Very good. So, would you like to speak for it?
Only briefly, in as much as I think this is a good sound submission to the government. As I said before, I did think that confining mining to only energy-related mining in terms of clean energy transition might be a little tighter than we necessarily expect, but I don't think it changes the submissions substantively. And I thank staff for what they've written. Thanks.
Yes, so I don't support this because, primarily it's vilifying the actual materials being mined, and that all mining is bad. Yet, much mining is very important to how the world runs. As Councillor O'Malley's pointed out, the technology we use every day, the metal in our belt, the gold on your watch. There's a range of elements and materials that are extracted by way of mining that are very important for life as we know it. And whether that's rare earth elements or gold, silver, whatever, there's a lot of things that everybody in this room uses on a daily basis, and would certainly notice if they weren't there and being used. And so my point being that the point I want to make is that we should be vilifying the high emissions, not vilifying the material itself. The material is just an inert object, and it can be, even though might be used for bad purposes currently, it may be used for good purposes, more emissions reduction purposes at some stage in the future. So it should be the concept of, the use of the materials that is vilified, not the materials themselves. Anyway, who else wants to speak? Councillor Wiley.
I won't be supporting this the submission, primarily because of the point that Councillor O'Malley made and around where it does prioritise mining for the minerals necessary for a clean energy transition only. I think when you look at the economic contribution and the impact that an entity like Macraes has on our city and the potential for something similar, I would want to support anything along those lines. And I think what we are discovering around New Zealand is that there are other mineral opportunities, and not all of them are what we would consider clean energy transition. I am actually, as you can tell, positive about mining in this country, and I think it has its place.
Okay. Any other speakers? No? Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Mayor. So in the previous debate, I talked about a need for us to change our culture, and I'm not really actually talking about potentially hypocritical uses of minerals in our personal lives. But what I want to do is present from a nuclear-free and independent Pacific movement perspective on mining. So I just want to read from the People's Charter for a Nuclear-Free and Independent Pacific. We, the people of the Pacific, have been victimised too long by foreign powers. The Western imperialistic and colonial powers invaded our defenceless region. They took over our lands and subjugated our people to their whims. So for me, as an Indigenous Pacific woman, I think of mining as the rape and pillage of Papatuanuku. And I acknowledge specific instances in the Pacific. Since 1999, the Indigenous people of Bougainville have been fighting tooth and nail and dying as well as a result of their protests against Rio Tinto Group, which is a British-Australian multinational, the world's second largest metals and mining corporation, for their Panguna copper mine. It is a sacred maunga to the people, and it has been diminished and destroyed. And even today they're fighting that battle. In Aboriginal Australia and Kanaki, nickel and uranium, those minerals are vital to the making of nuclear bombs, and people have been fighting against that. Because in the Pacific, the whole complete circle of mining to testing of intercontinental ballistic missiles from Vandenberg or somewhere in the United States, the whole nuclear cycle is conducted in the Pacific. And here we have Aotearoa, tangata whenua lands being used for mining. So I just want to put that perspective on. Kia ora.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I think this is a pragmatic submission, as Mr Ward mentioned, and thank the staff for their work on it. I thought the workshop we had was a frank and free discussion, and we arrived in a good place. I believe a consistent approach across council, whether it's the way we invest and we don't invest in do investments in terms of fossil fuel, and our zero in carbon to 2030, we need to be consistent, and that's true in the case of coal mining. And Mr Mayor, you made a comment in your debate that the material shouldn't be vilified, but it's a fact that the extraction of materials in terms of mining, the practice of mining, we're very nervous in this country at the moment because of some of the comments that have been made in Parliament, and I used the example of Minister Jones, who is well known for his comments about, well, if an environmental issue impedes a mining operation and it's a blind frog, well, goodbye Freddie the Frog. So I don't think we can take much comfort from the government's perspective, and I certainly don't take comfort from the amendment that you suggested earlier. My focus for what I want to talk about is to ask the question and ask my colleagues to think about who we want to represent us in at a hearing on this submission, be it the Mayor or delegate. And quite frankly, I am concerned because of the views that you have espoused, and because of the answers you gave at the Select Committee on the 27th, which was a very clear view when you were asked, would that rule out certain classes of projects altogether, new coal mines or oil wells? You said, well, not necessarily. And you were further asked more about that and said, well, it's incompatible with what's written in the council's submission, and you went on to reiterate that. So I don't have a lot of confidence in your presenting our submission and sticking to council. Hang on, I haven't finished speaking.
No, just hold it right there, because as I explained at the time,
There had to be a point of order or something.
Compatible. Yeah. Sorry?
Well, you have to raise a point of order or something.
Yeah, the point of order is misrepresenting what I'm saying.
Well, who?
I'm just going straight to that.
Can rule on it. Then someone has to rule on it before you can start speaking, Your Worship.
I'm quoting from what you
point
said.
Of order, yes, but you're misrepresenting what I'm saying, because the what I said was compatible with the submission.
And now, because there's a point of order, you can't speak. You just adjourn for 2 minutes. Yes.
5.5 of standing orders. When in deciding a point of order, they may choose to hear further argument about the point before deciding, and so I'll hand over to the Deputy Mayor.
And I would like to ask Mr Mayor first briefly, and then Councillor Gary second, to why you believe that you're being misrepresented, and why, Councillor Gary, you believe not.
Because my comments were in line with the submission. The submission was completely silent about coal mining. It talked about emissions. And similarly, and when I spoke at the presentation to the Select Committee, I talked about the feasibility, just as I've talked here, about the feasibility of coal being used to reduce emissions rather than increase emissions. Because the same point applies. I don't think the material should be vilified. The use of the material, absolutely.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I was actually reading from the transcript, so that's a fact. And I'm happy to repeat that if you wish. And I can say that numerous people in the room who witnessed that stated that the Mayor had undermined Council's submission in making the statements he did. So that is why I've made the point that I'm concerned about who is going to represent us, and if the Mayor is going to do so, he would need to stick to the submission. And I didn't have confidence in that.
And
well, if Councillor Gary, you were reading from the transcript, then you weren't being misrepresented, Mr Mayor, if she was reading from the transcript.
But it's her interpretation of it.
I uphold the point of order. Sorry. No, don't uphold the point of order, sorry.
Upholding or not upholding?
Thank you. So it will be good for us to identify who is going to represent Council at the hearing, and I look forward to hearing that. But apart from that, I'm very happy to support this submission and thank the staff for their work on it. I think it's very balanced. I think some of the things that the government is proposing are, again, extremely alarming.
Councillor Hurley.
Thank you. Yes, I'll speak on this for a minute. I will support this submission. I watched Minister Shane Jones speak on, I think it was on Q&A or something he was speaking on, and he was very, very, what would I call it? Cheeky is one word. He was very brazen about what he's off to do. He's heading to Australia to talk to them about mining and whether they'd be interested in, doing some things in our country. And basically, the message he was giving is that we're open for mining, come over. And he didn't seem to have any concern about our environment. The more I listen to him, and he is one who loves to be a bit, risque and provocative with what he's saying, and get a reaction. He got a reaction from me because I was yelling from the couch at him. I'm actually delighted to have this opportunity to say this. Stick it, Mr. Minister Jones. Do not think you can sell off our country, and you're not going to try it here. I hope you listen to our submission, and we're not up for what you want in our city. Thanks.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think one of the things that we're facing in this submission speaks to it, and this is a prior reply because it's speaking to Councillor Houlihan's last statement, and I think Councillor Gary also brought it. We are looking at a government that it looks to be getting ready to drop environmental protection around mining. And in that instance, when you talk about what's the positive effects of mines, getting the minerals you're trying to get for, the negative effect always has to be measured, and you have to compare the two. And the historical relationship between mining, I grew up opposite what was 500 acres of heavy loam soil on the Grey River, which was nothing but stone tailings after a gold ridge went through there in the 1950s. So traditionally mining has been incredibly destructive to the environment, and there's been usually a pretty cynical relationship between the mining company and the people living in the area where the mining goes. That said, we do use those minerals. So if it's environmentally protected, I think it has a place to play. But I really do think the government, especially with fast tracking sitting in the background, we are really exposing ourselves quite heavily to what could be bad practices. The idea that the minerals themselves are not an issue, it's what you do with them. Councillor Mayhem said, do you want some blood on your diamonds? It's not so much the actual mineral, it's the activities that go around it, and then once it's been extracted, where is it going to go? And that's my point about the coal mines, was currently, where does 99.99% of the coal go? It goes to be burnt, right? And so we can talk about future technologies, but if they're not actually the cause of the reason of it, I think we have to talk about coal mining, which has traditionally been used for energy production. And the idea that, and the other one is, it reminds me of the old anti-gun control people in the States who said guns don't kill people. It's like, yeah, but a gun in a hand is most likely to end up being able to fire something. A piece of coal out in a bag is most likely going to end up being used to generate energy, and carbon dioxide will be generated from it. So I think our position is relatively consistent. And in terms of the select committee presentations, I had at least one MP send me a direct contact after the last select committee saying that they felt it was undermined. However, I think that given that we will probably all watch whoever does that select committee presentation, I'm sure the Mayor will be able to be up for the job.
Oh, look, I'm happy to defer to you, Councillor.
Okay.
It's, considering I'm not in favour of the
So that's true. I might be more enthusiastic.
Absolutely.
So anyway, thank you. I hope we now vote to support this as it is.
Yep, so we'll take it by division.
Councillor Ackland.
No.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope.
Aye.
Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert. You can nod. Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso.
Aye.
Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall.
No.
Councillor Wiley.
No.
Mayor Raddick.
No.
Carried 9-4.
Very good. Thank you. Number 14. Over the page, the litter compliance policy review. We have Mr McLean and Mr Henderson here to speak to it. This is item 9 on our countdown of the final 10. Yeah, that's right. So I'm just looking at a song on come up on my computer. Eric Clapton, 1970, After Midnight. Anyway, by the by, 14. Is there any opening statements, gentlemen?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Through the Chair, just say obviously the litter compliance policy update is primarily around just aligning it now that the black bag service has been removed. It's primarily around swapping out what was in the content about black bags and entering the information in regards to curbside bins. A couple of other small administrative corrections as well. Thank you.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor Barker?
Just a quick question. I noticed that we have issued 128 warning letters and an infringement notice. How much have we fined people?
The infringement that went out was a $400 infringement.
And how many people paid them?
None. One infringement notice, which is now with the bailiffs, with the court here.
I'm just curious about that. We are also decreasing the infringement fee, and it's the carrot and the stick. We've got some educative approaches here, but we don't appear to fine people and get money in to defray some of the costs, perhaps. So, do we particularly decide not to fine people, or is it very difficult to fine people?
just need to be careful about what I say here. It's not difficult to find people. The difficulty is actually proof positive of the person that committed the offence. Because obviously most call-outs to illegal dumping or litter are retrospective, so we don't actually see who did it. We look for evidence of who might have done it that doesn't count as proof positive. It's only if we actually have a statement from someone who can identify the perpetrator or something along those lines where we have proof positive that we can actually fine.
So we were going to have fines. I think I read about, is it fines for overfilled or bins that weigh too much? Will that be able to be fined to the household? I'm just trying to figure out how it works and what's the point of fines.
Primarily it will be educational to start with. It just gives us a, for those that, for want of a better word, for those that refuse to accept the education or and that sort of material, it does give us an option. But actually with our bin compliance, normally we actually remove the service for a period of time rather than actually fining, especially with the likes of, and that's more around the recycling and that kind of thing. If it's abuse of the service, we can remove the service.
So I understand really the overflowing. I just wonder, there's a lot of different weights for how people can overfill, and I think it's quite difficult to lift it up and gauge. So do we have notices on top of the bins about how many kilos you could put in a bin?
So those weights are based on basically the average weight. So if you were to manage to put more than those weights into a bin, it means that you're absolutely shoving things in there. The bin would probably not empty. So it's actually based on the maximum, because the lifting arm of the trucks has a weight meter on it, so we can actually tell when the truck tries to lift it what the weight of the bin is. But those limits are actually quite generous. You would have to try really hard, especially with the likes of a recycling bin, to fill it with that kind of weight.
Okay. Is there a significant problem perceived currently with overfill bins?
Not with the bins we've had previously. Obviously the two new bins, we've only had them out for a month, so yeah, I can't really give you any data on that yet, but we haven't seen a problem so far per se.
That's good. Are there any other questions? No. Councillor Witherall.
In regards to page 263, it says here rubbish or recycling bins put out for collection before 3 p.m. or after 6 p.m. in the essential business district. Can you explain that? I couldn't understand what that time frame was alluding to.
So that time frame alludes to when the contractor actually starts doing their CBD runs. So basically trying to avoid people putting their rubbish on the streets in the CBD or recycling whatever it is on the streets in the CBD, and then that goes through that night and the next day and is only collected the next evening.
So what happens between 3 p.m. and 6 p.m., those 3 hours?
That's actually normally when our contractor is active, especially around the street litter bins and the community recycling hubs.
Okay, thank you. And just another question in regards to, has there been any thought in regards to wheelie bins being litter of themselves and not being taken in within appropriate times? I'm talking about residential rubbish bins littering our streets.
Funnily enough, that's actually covered in the transport parking bylaw. Covers waste receptacles on the street without the permission for long periods, longer than 48 hours, without the permission of transport. So it's already actually covered under another bylaw policy.
Thank you. And is there any infringements that can be imposed on people that don't bring their bins in within a reasonable amount of time?
I'd have to check on that. I'm not 100% sure of the content of that one, sorry.
I think there should be, but anyway, hopefully there is. And in regards to infringements of people putting household rubbish in public litter bins, what can you explain, like household rubbish? So I'm coming back to, say, if you've taken your lunch to work and you've got your paper bag and your orange peel or whatever that you bought from home, you're quite entitled to put that in the rubbish bin on the street.
Yeah, well, there has been a problem in the past, not so much of late, where it was fairly obvious that people were bringing, say, low-cost bags that may have purchased from the warehouse and actually shoving those into litter bins in town. So that would be 40 to 60 litres of rubbish from their home and trying to shove it into one of the street litter bins.
Councillor Gary.
I just wanted to ask you, Mr Henderson, do you think this will further assist with the incidence of fly tipping and your response to that?
I don't actually believe we have a serious problem with fly tipping in Dunedin. We don't have that many instances of fly tipping really. We're actually hoping that the new curbside bin will actually by itself just reduce the occurrences just by the fact that households have a bin, they're not having to buy bags.
And are you aware of the very positive feedback from people around the green bin and cleaning up their properties? I've seen lots and lots of posts about that, and also I think it's dawning on people they can put noxious weeds in there, so that's a very positive thing for our city.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, yeah, I have seen quite a bit of feedback, positivity about the new system, yes.
Councillor O'Malley.
I've got the roading bylaw up in front of me, and I can't see on it where in fact it actually has that activity. I know that there's a section 2 which is things in the road, but I can't see in that section where it actually mentions items put out by.
Yes, sorry, Councillor, I'd have to try and drag that bit out again because we didn't put it in that policy because we saw it was covered by another one.
You see that you may not erect any scaffolding of any kind over any road. We don't tend to really enforce that either. So, yeah, I can't find it there. So could we check that in fact that either this bylaw needs modification or I'm wrong? Obviously that's an alternative. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions? Very good. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, so I'll move the council approve the proposed litter compliance policy and for public notification, and note a 14-day public notification period is required to adopt the infringements set out in this policy. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Gary. Well, and speaking to this, it is important that we do have some sanctions to be able to apply for people that simply don't follow litter policy and don't use the litter bins provided, don't look after their rubbish in an appropriate manner. It is quite a significant issue for the city, especially when we've got this transition phase. We need to be able to do something about it if a problem should arise. So I think it's a tricky one where we're looking for overfilled rubbish bins, but being able to flip the lid over on a red bin or a yellow bin or a green bin is a pretty good telltale, so it seems entirely reasonable. So, would someone else like to speak? Councillor Gary.
Just very briefly, thank you team, Mr Henderson, for your leadership. The curbside collection's going wonderfully. I hear a lot of comments as people are getting used to it, getting their calendars sorted about which bits go out with which and so forth, and so that's excellent for our city. But I did just want to thank you too for including the Sophia Charter. I know that's of real importance to Elspeth and Bede Cristani, that this work continues, and it's great to see it mentioned and embedded in our work.
So at this point I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 15, the New Zealand Masters Games final report. Number 8 on our countdown list. So we have Ms Moran, Ms Kistler and Mr McAuliffe. Very good. Do you have any opening comments?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. No opening comments. Happy to take questions.
Questions. Do we have any questions? Councillor Wetherill.
Thank you. Historically, how often has the Dunedin Masters Games run at a loss?
Since I've been involved, which my first games was 2014, and that we had one loss, which was when we had to actually cancel the games because of COVID. So this is the first time since I've been involved that we've had a loss.
Thank you. And why was the budget set for an estimated 5,500 participants, when the last time they had any numbers close to that was 2014?
So since the after the games were cancelled, the board decided to go back to the original budget for the 2020 Masters Games, where the budget then was for 5,500, and that it achieved almost, but it had started to grow again. The event had started to increase in numbers from 2020, so it was a expectation, I suppose you could say, that we could continue.
Would you suggest that that was very optimistic, going by the numbers of the previous years and the loss that has just occurred?
I guess when you look at what's happened now, and then in hindsight, yes, it is optimistic.
No more questions at this stage.
Thank you. Councillor Fiso.
Tēnā koe, Mr Mayor. Tēnā koutou. Just a quick question. So this amount of money that's required is unbudgeted, yes? Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
Thank you. I've struggled with this report, and I've looked back at the report that came in November, and I specifically remember asking, because it was the day before early bird registrations closed, about the confidence on the budget for the registration fees, and I was told that expenditure would be curtailed if registrations weren't coming in close to budget. So I would have thought very clearly in early January or mid-January that you would have realised that registration numbers were down so much, and I look at the fact that when I look back to the November report, your expenses are almost 30,000 over what that budget was, and so obviously there was no cutback on expenses.
So in January, when it was, we had decided that the numbers weren't coming through, because we looked at trends previously as to when entrants register, and in January it had come to light that they weren't happening, and that at that stage there was commitments that we had already made, and that we couldn't go back on, and that so it was very hard to pull back the budget at that stage.
So I guess my question from that is, I mean, here we are in July, and this is the first notification as council that we get that it's significantly over budget, and so I mean I know we met, like this, I think we met on the 30th of January, so there was no even a quick heads up, councillors, we're in financial trouble. I'm just wondering why this has taken to July to even kind of raise the flag and say there's trouble here, because it's a significant amount. I'm just wondering why it's taken so long.
I can't answer why council hasn't been informed, and that I highlighted this in early January once Christmas came back to my team leader, who highlighted it up to our general manager at that stage.
And my last question is, if I look at, can't think which number it is in the resolution in C.2, it says that the service level agreement and statement of intent will be presented to council in October 25, which time council can evaluate its financial commitment for future years. I just think that is way too late for an event that's in January, February of 26, and to suddenly to come to council for a funding request. I just think we've already adopted our annual plan, we've adopted our long-term plan by then. I just think that that's too late to be coming to look at financial commitments.
The service level agreement is agreed to until 2025, and but council can request that we reassess it, I guess, earlier if need be.
Just a quick question about 22-23. There was a COVID year, right? Okay, so and the admin costs and marketing and promotion was very low in those years? Is that because it was all curtailed?
Correct. So most of the expenditure comes in the second campaign of the event. So because we were hosting the event in 2024, most of those expenses will incur from May, June, July to February.
Right. So it was too late. You couldn't adjust those in 24 when it became obvious there wasn't enough people, weren't so many people coming. It was too late.
Look, if I could just observe, picking up on the Deputy Mayor's point, I wonder that C2 is superfluous at the minute because the service level agreement's already in place. C1 says we're going to collaborate and ensure the event's future sustainability. I wonder that what we need to do is a report back before then, ignoring the statement of intent, because there needs to be work with the Trust, I think, and sort of recasting what it is that the games are trying to achieve, how it fits with the events stuff, how it fits with the destination management plan, all of those things. Yeah.
Yes, so at the moment the Trust is looking at a total evaluation of the delivery model. It's looking at what we're actually delivering and how we're delivering it, and that currently some aspects, like the Games Hub, which we create a hub for the week and host entertainment for that week, is that actually necessary for the event? Other Masters Games don't go to that extent and just have take events to different parts of their cities, different parts of their towns. We're also looking at what our marketing model is going to be and how we are structuring our registration fees and that to try and make it more fiscally viable.
One more thing, just to tease that out, who from the council is involved in that?
So we now have our new destination manager who will attend board meetings, so she will be involved in that process.
We've got Councillor Witherall.
Thank you. In regards to the 148,000 deficit, I know we underwrite this event, but have those bills been paid, or are there still bills outstanding?
The costs have been paid by council, and this relates to the recovery from council back to the trust. So everyone has been paid in accordance to what the terms are. It's just council recovering funds from the trust.
As I expected, thank you. And in regards to the other years that there has been a surplus, has the trust got no cash reserves at all? Where's the balance sheet in this report of the trust?
So when we actually had to cancel the games in 2022, and that any surplus was used to cover that cost, and then we requested the underwrite from council for the remaining amount.
Right. Deputy Mayor Lucas.
You remind me of another question. So the Games Village, which was 144,000, my understanding that at least some of the cost, I guess the staging, was going to be shared by OUSA for Orientation Week. I'm surprised at the size of the cost. So did that not happen?
OUSA actually created a bigger footprint than what we used, and moved their stage a lot further back, so we couldn't basically took our one down and rebuilt it, so we couldn't recoup any costs from OUSA.
Very good. Councillor Barker.
Just looking at last year's, in June last year, we got the statement of intent / service level agreement, and in there it has a number of items for reporting to the council. There's a biennial, which one of them is the end of May following the Dunedin Games, a summarised statement of financial performance, including a games forecasted budget for the 2-year games period. Did we receive that report?
No, so this is the final report from the games, which is it had been delayed from that May report.
So it says that half yearly we'd also be expecting quite a list: director's report, statement of comprehensive income, statement of financial positions, changes in equity, note to financial statements. So that would be half yearly within 6 weeks of the end of the 6-month period. So do we receive that report?
I don't think you have.
I guess I'm following on from Councillor Weatherall's questions just around understanding the financial position of the trust, and because I looked up on the charities register, but I don't assume it's registered as a charity, to just try and get an idea of the financial position. So are we able also to get some of those reports which are supposed to come through, the half-yearly report? And I don't know when the financial year ends. Is it council's financial year? Or okay, so we should have had something within 6 weeks, February or something like that.
I can get those for you. Yeah.
I might. The May report didn't come because on first review it wasn't adequate and there were far too many questions that needed to be answered, and Vicky worked on that. And so this is the May report rewritten because we needed, Hayden and Carolyn needed to go through the numbers to understand the position, and given we were the only creditor and we've allowed for the, as I understand it, in our June 30 accounts, there was slightly less urgency and it was more important that the numbers were right than provided on time and not to be correct.
Just one more, which is I see there's a whole lot of measurements in the service level agreement, and I couldn't quite see when are they due in October. Is that right? But economic impact, outcomes, there was increased visitor nights, festivals and events requirement, increased supporters. Is that coming in October? Would that be correct?
So a number of those measures are in this report as to bed nights and that. I can go through them and ensure we get the rest in October.
Good. Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I believe we have a councillor on this board. I'm just wondering, it's a tricky situation for councillors when we sit on boards in these situations, but did this councillor notify us or council staff or elected members at any time earlier on that they thought there'd be problems? Do we know that? And I'm just wondering what we can do in the future around that, if there are future problems.
I'll respond to that. When we were looking at this, we met by Zoom through December, we actually thought we were going to track okay with domestic or Dunedin residents. And when you go back over the numbers, you'll see that the participation was for Dunedin people with 37.4%, down from 42.8% back in 2020. So we actually thought we were on track, and then through January the numbers just didn't come through. There was, again, as Ms Costello has said, was representation from through to staff on that basis. And yes, I look back and say I should have actually notified through ELT process that the Masters Games did have the was losing the funds it did, and I take that on board.
All right. I think we've covered all questions at this point, so thank you very much, everyone. Now, Councillor Wiley has offered to move. Is there a seconder? Councillor Ackland. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor?
Overall, the Masters Games was a success. I know that's hard to say at the same time as what we're looking at. But I do want to note, when you look at the numbers on page 270 of our agenda and look at where the participants came from, we actually had very strong representation from around the country. Unfortunately, our local representation wasn't as strong as we would have liked. The bed nights, etc., were all quite positive, and I think that was all really good. The event was a success. The Masters Games and those who participated did enjoy it. Some sports could have done better, we could have had better numbers, and we acknowledge that. The part that I want to do is I want to acknowledge Vicky and her team and actually how well they performed through the Masters Games. They worked extremely hard. It's a tough event to put on. The board actually has got quite a strong skill set, and yes, I will, and I'll again put my hand up and take responsibility for not presenting the numbers to council through ELT when I should have. I sort of understood that was already being taken care of, but I learnt a lesson from that part. The part, though, we've also got to look at the challenges we came with coming out of COVID and the cancellation of the 22 event. For example, the remaining stock that was left over from the 22 event has been written off through this 24 event, so that's all included, as you've seen in the report. Probably the other aspects we've looked at is we got some really good data or information from it. You know, things like seeing what worked and what didn't work. One thing you'll notice, for example, we had the Masters Games billboard up on McAndrew Road or Andy Bay Road, and where the motorway hits at the oval there. That we only paid for that for 1 month, and it was up for nearly 3. So there were some positives around the awareness, but we also actually have realised the Masters Games is a lot more of a digital event than it is a paper event now. Anything that we did through paper and mail out, things like that, the old-fashioned way, didn't work or had huge costs to it. And actually our social media, Facebook, those sort of channels, Instagram, actually did work. And we've seen quite a win on that basis. Again, engagement at events like the Women's Expo in Christchurch, the Queenstown Marathon, and working with other Masters Games around the country, like the South Island Masters Games in Blenheim, again been another good conduit. I think overall what we also need to see is actually a stronger support from the sporting organisations around Dunedin, and I think you'll see that happen. And I think we're pretty positive about a good Games in 2026. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak? No? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. So, item 16, retail quarter, no stopping restrictions. Councillor O'Malley will speak to the proposed changes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is coming out of the Hearings Committee, parking changes, but this is specifically only to George Street. These really just respond to public feedback that cars are parking where they're not supposed to, and we've just got to update the signage and make it more clear that in fact you are not allowed to park there, so no stopping is being put up. And then I assume we'll just, now that got staff, I assume that we will start again primarily with an educational approach and then enforcement once we've got that into a certain point.
Questions? Councillor Benson-Pope.
Thank you. This obviously is a pressing matter, and it's one of those I'm doing it because I can issues, I guess. Was any consideration given to actually towing vehicles?
Thanks, Councillor. I think at this point, no. The situation at the moment is the no stopping area is not regulated, and that's what this seeks to achieve. So to take the step to actually tow a vehicle, it's kind of like that, the very end step when you're having a problem. Yeah, we wouldn't have the right to do that at the minute.
I'm delighted to hear that you're hopeful that the proper signage and the appropriate signage will solve the problem. But if it doesn't, do we need to take any other steps before we might choose to tow vehicles?
Thank you. This step will allow us to issue infringements. So we've already been taking for the last month or two an educational approach. It's been working to a degree during the day. The real problems kick in at night time and in the weekends, and at the moment we have no ability to enforce that. So this will give us an ability to enforce it, and we're looking at a range of ways that we will be able to have enforcement in the weekends and in the evenings as well, because these are unlike the parking, which has a beyond 6 p.m. I think it is, you can park there. These are no stopping restrictions which apply 24 hours a day. So we'll be taking an enforcement approach.
I continue to ask about towing because I can't imagine anything that would get the message through faster than a warning that repeat offences will lead to the vehicle being towed. Would you consider taking that step?
I would have to talk to our regulatory folk as to what's involved to get to that point to tow a vehicle. And
I have talked to them, and what we would consider it, but there are other things, other tools that this will enable that we would likely take first. But it certainly is a consideration.
That's fine, and that's what I wanted to hear, because much and all as I think the educative approach is a great initial step, it appears not to have worked. And if we start enforcing, that may, but I'd like to think that if this is a pretty egregious bit of behaviour, actually, from the number of people who are doing this, knowing full well that they shouldn't be. So I'd like to see some really serious action sitting in behind it if it continues.
I was careful in my wording. We are considering it, because there are several considerations that might make it challenging, but we're working with in-house legal on those considerations.
Looking forward to the full report. Thank you.
Councillor Weatherall.
Thank you. In regards to the design of George Street, and in paragraph 15 here it says, to keep visual clutter on the street to a minimum, signs were only installed at specific locations. If it's not fully signed and marked on the road, isn't that a grey area for people to park willy-nilly? It worries me that people just do not realise that they see a gap and they think that they can just park there, and that's, to me, is a design issue. But when it comes to policing, the major problem, as you have stated, is that it appears to be after hours, like Uber Eats drivers and things like that, that just can't get a park and need to have a collection of some description and in and out and go. How are you going to police it when it's out of the hours of our parking wardens?
Thank you. So, firstly, with the food type delivery drivers, we are talking to those various companies to try and get some messages out to the contractors, to their drivers. After hours, we are looking at ways of warranting contractors. Yeah, giving security contractors warrants to enable them to legally then enforce. So they're out doing their security patrols anyway, and giving them the legal and delegated authority to act on our behalf for those out of hours times.
So, although it says you're keeping your signage to a minimum, do you think it's adequate and fair, the amount of signage you've got in there now?
Look, we will, and we are reviewing that sort of thing. There's one of a number of things that we are looking at. Because I would agree. I don't think everybody that's parking illegally is doing it on purpose. Some definitely are, but I don't believe everybody is. So we're looking at striking that balance between making it as obvious as we can, without detracting from the design of the street itself.
And in regards to health and safety on the main street, not only people being run over by cars, but pedestrians and shoppers being run over by scooters, and regional councillors driving the wrong way on their push bikes at night, going against the flow of traffic. Has there been any consideration for signage in regards to that? I've been witness to a number of near misses where people are trying to cross the street in the shared zone, and they look to the left to the oncoming traffic and don't look right in regards to a person on a push bike or a scooter or a skateboard coming their way at a great rate of knots.
Thank you. We'll have to consider how we get that messaging out there, but the shared space has been designed as a contraflow, so you can ride your bike, scooter, skateboard in that shared zone north, so it is coming from both directions for the pedestrian to be aware of. So vehicle traffic comes heading south, push bike, foot traffic can go both ways in the shared space.
So there's no signage alerting people to that possible danger?
I'd have to I'd have to check, but we'll consider. I'll take that on board. But
Councillor O'Malley?
A couple of things there too. Obviously, cyclists are also subject to speed limits. So if they, and we tend not to hit them for going more than 10 kilometres an hour, but they're not supposed to. The signage can't go up until we do this, right? Because we're actually formalising the no stopping.
We have signage up there. It's just not enforceable.
Do this until we do this. Is the fine for stopping in a no stopping zone bigger than a parking infringement?
I'm not sure. I would have to check.
I'll have to find that out.
The only reason I'm asking that is that getting to towing. I mean, if the fine was big enough, then you're already talking about, does it have an impact on the car owner and will it change their behaviour? So if we can get an answer on that. And actually the other one is, does NZTA have a fine for stopping in a no stopping zone? Like they do on a motorway. And then well, that's it really, because it was basically if we need to, in order to upgrade the signage, we have to do this at the moment. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hulan?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We're talking about where there's all parks on a diagonal on one side, and then on the other side there's quite a few gaps. That's what you're referring to, isn't it? I'm looking at the photos and that's what you mean. Is that the case?
I don't think we've got any diagonal parking, councillor.
The park's on one side of the road, and then on the other. The park's on one side of the road, and then on the other side of the road, there's like shrubbery and the odd thing, random thing, and then there's a few spaces. Is that the spaces that there are that you can still get your car past them, but are those the bits you're concerned about where people are pulling in? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, generally the maps in the report will show you the full length of the no stopping signs. So some of those have some planter boxes and things in them.
Yes, Councillor, I think that what you're looking at is where there is some confusion because the markings on the pavers and the way they're laid make it look like they are diagonal parking bays, just because they are, and they're not. And so that's where we'll be able to provide some clarity, or if need be, tweak the paving layout so it doesn't look like parking.
But on the opposite side of the road, so the parking is on one side and on the other side there's quite a few gaps. But have we considered putting some parks in those areas? Because there is room for it. Because clearly people want to park, run into a shop. That's why they're doing this.
I can't comment on the original design and thinking, but it is part of that shared zone, so it's to encourage pedestrians and mode shift type travel. So I'm unsure about mixing.
Essentially, where that illegal parking is on what we would historically call the footpath, and so that makes it very problematic.
Right, Councillor Barker.
So are we going to have a limit of educational time? Like, is it going to be for 1 month and then we'll start fining? Because I think there's a limit as to how many times you can educate someone.
Thank you. My view is we've had the educational time. Normally these parking changes would come to ISCOM, but we feel there's an urgency to get it through. And I did seek some advice on the time between council adopting this, if they choose to do that, and the time that enforcement can take. And the general advice would be prudent to wait till the next day.
So, I mean, I've driven down there and it's pretty shocking at night time. So I just wonder if this doesn't work, whether we would, I know it would ruin the design, whether we might consider painting some yellow lines, because I think it's about people's ability to see the signage, which I don't think you can see the signage, and they're used to where you don't park is where there's yellow lines. I know it would spoil the design, but are we going to review how this has worked in a month or 2 months and then maybe come back with a redesign of that area?
Yes, we'll definitely be reviewing how it works.
whether the redesign would come back or whether it would just be done operationally and we would advise that it had been done, I don't know. So I just want to check that.
I guess the question is that we're getting all the flack. Where people were getting tagged. Yeah, but whether people are getting tagged in social media, so therefore we should be able to know what's going on. I don't plan to design it myself, but
Absolutely no, but whether or not we just do it as a I don't know. But the staff certainly have had my feedback as well, and we're open to all options to try and resolve this.
Would it be fair to say that we're doing an adaptive response here, and we're trying see how little we have to do to get the outcome without going over the top with signage and painting? Yeah.
Correct, and the ability to infringe is a tool that wasn't available to us until tomorrow.
Deputy Mayor Lucas.
I know we don't go out in the evenings and educate, and having sat in the window of a cafe last week for 2 hours and observed the behaviour, the way that the drivers think that they can park because of some of it's the road markings and some is the pavers. I don't believe just because the signs are already up. They're not, as Councillor Barker said, they're not seeing the signs. There's no yellow lines, and they absolutely think they can park as of right. And I'm just wondering how are we going to get that message, because it's a different, I would suggest, generally a different segment of our community who are going there and parking that night, observing, as I observed, as I said, for 2 hours the other night, their behaviour. So I'm just wondering how we're actually going to get that message through, and it's more than the Uber Eats drivers.
Well, I think we'll have to monitor how it goes after we're able to infringe, and if we're still seeing that repeated behaviour, then we'll have to definitely think about additional measures on street. I'd like to think most people that if they got a ticket because they parked somewhere they thought they could, then they may not do that again, rather than just choosing to do it all the time. But certainly having the ability to infringe after hours as well will be really helpful.
Or if they come out and their car's been towed.
We would consider that.
I'm happy to move unless Councillor O'Malley wants to, or second if he does. But I think we do need to move with some speed. We have had a member of the public working really hard to keep herself safe and sending us messages and photographs, and we had a regional council here putting himself at risk by giving people lectures about what they shouldn't be doing. Hardly an ideal situation. So I think action is required.
Rightio. Who's going to move? Councillor Benson-Pope, seconded by Councillor O'Malley. All right, you've spoken to it. Do you want to speak to it, Councillor?
I think basically just saying the same thing. It's an issue really of people are misreading the design, I think, mostly. And so it's about teaching them that this is not the design. I'm sure our friends in the Fourth Estate will run a paper story on it fairly soon. Between that and the enforcement, I'm hoping we'll get it. Otherwise, I think we'll just keep ramping it up. But it's appropriate to ramp it up one step at a time so that we aren't completely covering the areas and signage and other such things.
One of the things I do think this shows is the demand for parking on George Street and close proximity. So I think it's quite urgent and important that some additional parking is made available in the vicinity. Councillor Gary.
Couldn't disagree more, Mr Mayor, but in speaking in support of this, it is a case of a behaviour change, and we all find change difficult and it's going to take a lot of time. I thank the staff for their patiently trying to educate members of the public. For some people, it's not going to be until enforcement happens, and you can be sure that once it does, we'll certainly hear about it, and when it hits people's pockets, they change their behaviour. That's how it works. And I'm sure the businesses along those stretches will give the message to people and the word will get out. So thanks to the team who will be implementing this with haste. And I did want to say thank you to the members of the public who have brought this to our attention multiple times.
Councillor Hulan.
Yes, I'm struggling with the word egregious to explain this. what I see is that it's where people see a spot, they grab it, they run into a shop, and they go out. Because there's, people are still a bit frustrated with the way that you can only enter one end of the street. And then, of course, as a council, we've changed the layout. So people were used to the old layout, and they're having to get used to this new layout. So to explain it as being egregious, I don't agree with that.
I think we've covered the speakers, so we'll put the motion that we adopt the proposed changes to parking and traffic restrictions, and note the hearings committee has considered them, and that all previous parking restrictions approved by council remain unchanged. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 17, LGNZ AGM remits. Seconded, Councillor Hulan. Does anyone have any questions per chance, or anything they want to discuss? No comments. Do you have any? Do you want to speak to it? No. In which case, I'll put the motion that delegates to the voting delegate the authority to determine. Councillor Gary.
I actually thought it was a really good collection of remits, and I was interested to see that the one that we wanted to put up is already being worked on. I was unaware of that, but that's good. It'll become obvious. I mean, there's lots of good material here, and there wasn't a lot of detail on some of them, but clearly some of them have been really well researched. And I found it really easy to support them all.
All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Item 18. 5 on a countdown. Amendment to standing orders for a quorum. Ms Sullivan, do you wish to speak in advance?
Are there any questions?
Are there any questions? I think it's reasonably straightforward. So I'll move that Council approves the amendments to standing orders as provided for in Attachment A, and note that this decision requires a vote of not less than 75% of members present. Does anyone, so seconded Councillor Ackland, and I think the motion is straightforward and will make a difference to things into the future as with people travelling about and what have you. So I'm happy that we proceed on that basis. I don't think there's anything particular else that I want to say. Does anyone have anything to say on the topic? No. In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried.
Mr Mayor, I think you probably should put that by division just so we can be certain that we have the same.
Oh yes, absolutely true. Although everyone did say what did sound unanimous, but we'll go by division. Yes. Yep. 17.
Councillor Ackland.
Aye.
Councillor Barker. Aye. Councillor Benson Pope. Aye. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert. Councillor Houlihan. Aye. Councillor Lafiso. Aye. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor Mayhem.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Councillor Weatherall. Aye. Councillor Wiley.
Yes.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving right along to hearings committee delegation change item 19.
Very quickly, I'll speak to this. There's a gap in the delegations, and this amendment to the hearings committee delegation seeks to plug that gap. What it means is that there is no ability for anything other than full council to hear a development contribution that is greater than 100,000, and we're starting to get one or two of those, and so it makes more sense that the hearings committee has a delegation to deal with those.
Very good. Would someone like to move this? Someone? Councillor O'Malley, seconded Deputy Mayor Lucas. Do you want to speak to it, sir?
I only say that this is just a practical approach to what we're seeing in terms of the threshold number.
Anyone else have anything to say? No, in which case I'll put the Councillor Binspoke.
There might be a typo on 5. Should that not be 100,000, not 10?
Yes.
No. So, if I may, through the chair, the previous delegation is greater than 10,000, but not greater than 100. So we've simply removed the upper limit.
I think that's a helpful clarification. So that's good. All right. Any other questions perchance? No. Okay, in which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. Next is number 20, the grants review terms of reference. So we have here, and the recommendation is to approve without amendment. Are there any questions? Ms Moran is ready. Councillor Gary.
I didn't know there was a CEO discretionary fund, but I was wondering what is the amount in that fund and the Mayor's discretionary fund?
My discretionary fund, I think from memory, and I don't have, because I don't use it particularly, I might use it for a matter that is being discussed today, is 10,000, I think. Is mine 20? Oh, there we are, lovely. And the Mayor's 40, I think?
30.
Oh, 30, there we are.
30.
Close. Sorry, I hadn't looked.
And I use all of mine.
Yes, and I use very little of mine, but it's just,
The reason for it, but I just wondered, I didn't know the quantums. And the significant tree grants, can someone speak to that?
No, I don't think, I'm sorry, that there's a level of detail there about what they are. This is more around the framework for the terms of reference rather than the substantive grants themselves.
I think it's to help people who've got significant trees with some of the costs of dealing with them from memory.
A different focus, but thank you.
Okay. So, that being the case, I'll move that we approve the terms of reference for the grants review, and notes that the updates will be required as will either go to Community Service Committee or Council. Do I have a second for that? Councillor Ackland. It seems relatively straightforward to me, so I have nothing particular to comment on it. Does anyone want to make a comment? No. In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Against? Carried. Item 21, external representation for the Grants Committee. Are there any questions? Very good. Are there any questions? No? No questions? Thank you, Ms Sullivan. Okay, so would you like to speak to a councillor?
Yes, I see the need for it. It has already been extended, so I wouldn't be of a mind to be agreeing with a further extension, but I see the need for it in terms of where we're up to. And I just want to acknowledge the work of those external representatives, and I did ask Councillor Liffey so if it followed her wishes as chair, so I'm happy to support.
Very good. Does anyone have a comment? No, we're merely extending the term to the 30th of November. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Item 22, the last one of the main part of the agenda, the public part of the agenda, proposed events, road closures.
Happy to move the recommendation, the recommended option.
Yes. Moved and seconded. However, were there any questions? There were none. Thank you, Mr McLean. Okay, so we've got a mover and a seconder, and you've no need to comment. Nothing to say to that, Mr Binspoke? Councillor? Okay, I'll put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? Carried. there endeth the public part of the meeting. Thank you.
Move to go into non-public, please.
Yes. So I move that we move into non-public. Seconded Councillor Mayhem. All in favour say aye. Against? Carried.